ik nog wegsteek. Okay.
That's the whole truth, my Lord. There's nothing I'm hiding.
At the time when you were making your Section 204 statement, the one that you were testifying of now, which was taken by Captain Lombard and with the assistance of your legal representative, Advocate Eben van Tonder, what was the circumstances then?
Just a moment. You were gesturing to behind you when you spoke about Advocate van Tonder. Now, on Friday, I noticed there was another person sitting at the table behind you with long white hair. Was that Advocate van Tonder?
Indeed, my lord.
He's not behind you now.
I'm sorry, I didn't even realize he's not there. He was here on Friday.
Good.
He has other court commitments, I'm told.
I was wondering who it was that was sitting there. Now I know.
Thank you, my lord. So can you tell the court what the circumstances were at the time when you made this 204 statement on the 11th of October 2024 and the 16th of October 2024 when it was finalized?
Kan u vir hom sê die dag toe u 204 verklaring van u geneem was, dit was by die 11de Oktober 2024, dit is tot afgaan die 16de van Oktober 2024. Wat die omstandighede was toe u die verklaring so gegee het?
Ik heb vir myself gesê ek gaan die waarheid praat by die dag.
I told myself I'm going to speak the truth on that day.
Ik kan niet nog kan ik nog zeggen, ik heb mezelf besloten, ik ga die waarheid praten die dag en ik ga nog verder weer wegsteken.
I decided I'm going to speak the truth on that day. There's nothing I'm going to have to hide further.
And is it correct that at the time, Advocate van Tonder was there the whole time, even if it was electronically on the screen, as you explained? Is that correct?
Is het terecht dat die advocaat van Tonder tegenwoordig was, alhoewel op een scherm, een elektronische scherm?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct. Is it correct that Advocate van Tonder was there all the time, even if on electronic screen, the witness says yes?
And did he ever consult with you alone, without the police being present?
Het hy met u geconsulteer alleen in afwezigheid van die polisie?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
So were you happy with the statement that was obtained from you on those days?
Was u tevrede met die verklaring wat van u geneem was gedurende hierdie dae?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
I'm going to hand the document to you and I will just ask you to just identify.
Ek gaan vir u dokument wys wat u gaan vir u van dit identifiseer asseblief.
What's the purpose of the witness having to identify the statement?
Just to be sure that it is in fact this statement. I intend adducing it in evidence. I know that the defence will in any way do that. So the affidavit can be admitted into evidence.
No. Now I'm asking you, what is your purpose of introducing it?
My Lord, then I will leave it.
If it's a previous consistent statement, will it be admissible from the state side? So I anticipate that the defense will raise the statement and they will take it to the statement to maybe point out certain discrepancies, etc. But if it comes from your side, prima facie, it would be a previous consistent statement, that would be inadmissible to be introduced by you.
Indeed, my Lord. Indeed.
To hear the comments of the court. We don't hear the comments of the court. I don't know whether it's because of the mic. We don't hear any
Okay,
comments.
I'll repeat that.
Thank you, my Lord.
What I said was, if the state wants to introduce the statement, and for the purpose that the prosecutor indicated, it would be inadmissible because it's proving a previous consistent statement. If it's introduced for another reason, it might be admissible. But I'm convinced that it is going to be raised in cross-examination, but then it's up to the defense to deal with it that way. And the prosecutor is not proceeding with the application to introduce the statement into evidence just now. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
I submit, Jesus. Ms. Lombard, is it correct that you were in fact arrested for this matter and appeared in court, in the lower court?
Is het correct dat u wel gearresteerd was voor die zaak en dat u verscheen het in Hof? Is het rest?
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Had you ever been arrested before that day?
Voor hierdie dag was u al voorheen gearresteerd.
Nee, my Lord. Dat was de eerste keer wat ik arresteerde. Maar ik was in de celletjes geleefd. Toen ik geweten dat is arresteren. Toen ik in de celletjes leefde, toen ik geweten ik was arresteren. Maar nou toen weet ik dat ik niet was arresteren.
Yes, my lord, it was my first time because when I ended up in the cells, I was unaware that I had been arrested. After a while, it's only then I realized I had been arrested.
Maybe you should explain that to us. So, you're saying jy het in die celletjies gelê. You were lying in the cells. Which cells? Watter celletjies?
En watter celletjies het u gelê?
Ik heb geleden in Langebaan celletjes en ik geleden in Strandfontein celletjes.
Het Langebaan cells, Kruifontein cells.
No, she said Strandfontein.
Strandfontein.
Strandfontein. Of Strandfontein.
Strandfontein, my lord.
Now just that it's not confusing.
Langebaan and Strandfontein cells, my lord.
There's a Strandfontein closer to Cape Town, but I'm also aware there's a Strandfontein as a coastal town close by here. You can just clarify with the witness which one of the two it would be.
Thank you, my lord. I didn't know that.
Onze twee Strandfonteinen zitten Hof, de een in Kaap en de een nabij hierdie area. Wat erin kan vertellen wat de ene is dat?
Ik ken misschien die plekken niet, maar ik weet, ik was in Langebaan, ik was gereeld in Langebaanse cellen geweest, ik geleid.
En in Strandfontein.
En in Strandfontein.
But the Strandfontein you testifying about, is it here on the west coast or is it the one near Mitchell's Plain in Cape Town?
Ik kan niet van die manier zeggen wat de kant is.
Okay.
I won't be able to give the court as to which side, but what I well know is that there was more times at the Langebaan cells.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you were trying to explain that because you were lying in the celletjies, You did not know that you were arrested. What do you mean? Just explain that to us.
Die het geloof gesê dat toe in die celletjies een lange band geleden het, die nie geweet dat die gearresteerd was. Kan nie vir verduidelik wat bedoel jy daarmee?
Ik heb gevraagd, nee, ik ga niet alleen celletjies tot wanneer ik vroeg had komen in die maandag. Ik weet ik is klaar gearresteerd.
What I was thinking about, my Lord, I was in the cells, I was just up here in the money, but it didn't come up to me that I was being arrested.
So to you, when is a person arrested? What did you understand? When were you arrested?
Volgens u, wat verstaan u van een persoon gearresteerd wordt? Wanneer wordt de persoon arresteerd?
Dus ik was dan aan de naad toe, als ik klaar van de hoofd af is en die hoofdcijfer is weer teruggenomen in hechtenis, dan is het weer, ze gaan precies weer terug toe, present toe.
What I understood, my Lord, if you are, let's say for instance, you appear in a court, and the court then says that your case will be remanded or postponed, you go back to the cells again.
No. I understood you to say, then you go to prison. To the tronk, prison. You actually used it in Afrikaans and English.
Then you go to the prison.
So, does that mean your understanding is when you go to prison, then you are arrested? Before that, you were just in the celletjies.
Verstaan ek en mooi as jy dan sê, jy is nou net tronk toe. Dis net daarna, daai tyd verstaan dat jy nog gearresteerd was.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, on the 15th of March 2024, was an interview conducted with you on the 15th of March by Sergeant Johnson.
Johnson or Jansen?
Johnson. Johnson. Sergeant Johnson from the Provincial Detectives, part of the team of the investigating officer. Did she interview you and take a warning statement from you on the 15th of March 2024 at St. Helena Bay?
Op die 15e van Maart verlede jaar het de sergeant Johnson een onderhoud met u gevoerd in St. Helena Bay.
That's correct, my Lord.
And then when she asked you about a number of options that you have that you can elect from, what did you choose? What did you want to do?
Sy het u gevraagd van opties wat u sou het wat u kon van kies. Wat was uw besluit geweest? Wat het u toe gekies?
Ik verstaan nog niet.
I don't understand.
She asked you if you wanted to make a statement.
Sy het vir gevra of jy 'n verklaring wil maak.
If you wanted to consult with a legal representative before you decide.
Wil u met 'n prokureur konsulteer voordat u 'n besluit kan neem?
If you don't want to say anything, just keep quiet.
Of as anybody kan u niks sê, u hoef net stil te bly.
Or you can also speak to an officer or a magistrate and tell that person everything, the whole story.
Of u kon met 'n beampte of 'n landers praat waar u vir hierdie persoon alles openbaar en so vir die persoon alles sou vertel.
A so-called confession.
'n bekentenis.
Ik heb besluit, officier.
I decided to speak to an officer.
Right. And is it correct that on the very same day, that 15th of March, such a confession was indeed obtained from you?
Is het dan recht zo op die 15e maart, dezelfde dag, dat zo'n bekentenis van u gekregen was?
That's correct, my Lord.
And where did that happen?
Waar het dit toe plaatsgevonden? Waar het dit toe gebeurd?
Ik ken niet die plekken in Bijna was je bij jou politiestatie of in it something.
I don't know those places, but it's a police station with a dog unit.
In Saldanha.
In Saldanha?
That's correct, my Lord.
And did you know the officer that came to speak to you?
Hierdie officier wat de ambte wat naar u toe gekomen het, die van de persoon gekend?
Nee, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
And is it correct that everything that you said to that officer, the whole interview was recorded on video?
Is het reg dat hierdie gesprek wat u nou met hierdie officer gehad het of hierdie ambte was opgeneem as op video?
That's correct, my lord.
And how were you feeling at that time?
En hoe het u gevoel hier op daardie stadium?
Ik was bangerig geweest, ik was stressiger geweest, ik was op mijn nerves geweest.
I was a little bit scared, stressed, on my nerves.
Want dat was de eerste keer wat ik zo voor mensen, voor een vrouw of voor mensen kan praten.
It was my first time to speak in front of this woman or in front of people.
And what you told her there at the time, did you tell her the truth?
Wat u vir haar daardie tyd vertel het, op daardie stadium was het die waarheid.
Ik heb haar die waarheid gezegd, maar ik was baie bangerig geweest om samen daar te kan praten ook.
I told her the truth, but I was a little bit scared to speak to her further.
And after you had had that interview with her, did you ever had the opportunity to see that confession again, go through the contents thereof?
Nadat u die verklaring toe aan die persoon gegee het u geleentheid gekry waar u weer sou deurgaan wat in die verklaring staan?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And were you then happy with the total contents thereof?
Was u toe gelukkig met die reële inhoud van hierdie verklaring?
That's correct, my lord.
Were there certain things that you were not happy with that's in that statement?
Is daar enige iets in hierdie verklaring wat nie met tevrede was nie?
Dear, that's niks, my lord.
There's nothing, my lord.
Did you give all the details as you have given it to us earlier?
Het u alle detail gegee sodat u vroeër vir hom gegee het?
Sorry, my lord, ik heb nou verkeerd gepraat, my lord. Dat is nou mijn fout wat ik gemaakt heb.
I made another fault, my lord. I said something wrong.
Ik heb die hele waarheid aan haar gezegd.
I didn't tell her the whole truth.
My lord, at this stage, I wish to adduce the evidence with regards to this confession document and request from the witness to explain specific possible inconsistencies or contradictions, just to give her an opportunity to respond to them.
So that's different
Yes.
to the previous one.
Indeed, my
and
lord.
this will be admissible.
Thank you, my lord.
I have it. It will be Exhibit R.
As the court pleases, my lord. Just have a look at this document and just see whether that is indeed, this is the original I'm handing to you. Just have a look at it and just see whether that is indeed the document that you are referring to and that is your signature.
Hierdie is die oorspronklike verklaring. U moet net bevestig of is dit u se verklaring, is dit u se handtekening?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
My lord, may I ask that the original be handed up as an exhibit? I will provide the witness with a copy. My apologies.
a document with the following identifying features. It has Saldanha CAS 24 of 3, 2024, and it's marked A53A, which I will now mark with a red pen as R. It seems to me from the face of it, it has certain different parts. The Romeo indicates on the face of it that it would have 26 pages. Each page has a space for the signatures of the Justice of the Peace, as well as the deponent and an interpreter. I can see that the pages were signed by a Captain Sylvia and an L. Lombard. Then there are pages in manuscript on P21 paper. Similarly signed by 2 persons. I numbered the P21 pages with a red pen, numbered 1 through to 6.
As the court pleases, my lord.
So the full document of the exhibit will then be 32 pages. I didn't count the pages, I accepted the numbering of 1 through to 26. Yes, thank you, Ms. Honorable.
As the court pleases, my lord. You have the copy in front of you?
Je hebt de afschrift voor je.
That's correct, my lord.
Right. Now, I'm only going to take you to certain things just to ask you to comment on it.
Je gaan niet naar zekere punten bewijzen en vragen voor commentaar.
On page 2 of the document,
Laat zien 2 van jullie document.
what was the highest standard or grade that you passed in school?
Wat is de hoogste graad wat je zo geslaagd hebt op school?
Dat was graad 7 geweest.
Grade 7, my lord.
Did you go to grade 8?
Is die naar graad 8?
Nee, my lord.
No.
So it's grade 7. So when it's recorded here as standard 7, that's incorrect. It's actually grade 7.
Als je zo staan, standaard 7, dat is verkeerd, het is graad 7.
That's correct, my lord.
Conforms, my lord.
Right. At the bottom of page 12, going over to page 13, when the question was posed whether you were under arrest, you then said, "Nee, ek is nie gearresteer nie." Now, is that because your understanding was, as you explained, you were in the cells and not yet in prison?
Daar was gevraagd en die is gearresteerd was. Ik zeg gezegd nee. Dit wil nog zeggen, die was een ander geweest. Als een persoon in de cel is, als een persoon nog geen gearresteerd, maar zodra die persoon tronk gaat, is de persoon gearresteerd.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
then I want to take you to which would then be the first
My Lord, the witness was asked if there was any issues or any problems that she had with the statement, and she would have been asked to point it out, my Lord. I think it would be better if the witness herself points out what she was not happy with regarding that statement. Not to be directed a question about inconsistencies, or to tell us on her own what problems she had with what was the truth and what was incorrect in her statement.
Is that all?
That is one point.
Anybody else to raise an objection? Ms. Mkabai?
Thank you, my Lord. It is not an objection per se. It is an interest. Is the state editing or amending what was said by the witness under oath? That's the interest. I'm concerned. I just want to know, my Lord.
Mr. Karamsa, do you have any issue to raise?
No, nothing yet additional.
Ms. Swanepoel, would you like to respond?
As the court pleases, we are dealing with confession, not under oath. And all I'm asking for is to have the opportunity to refer the witness to issues so that she can have the opportunity to respond to it, to explain, if she can. My Lord, if we are going to rely on the witness to go through the whole document, it consists of several pages. To go to those aspects, it's going to take us a very long time. I have consulted with the witness. She has indicated certain inconsistencies.
I just asked you to respond to the objection. Is there anything else?
Nothing. Thank you, my Lord.
The objection is overruled. You may lead the witness. That's the purpose of counsel, to direct the witness to specific issues, as long as those questions aren't leading questions. Now, whilst you're on your feet, before we go back to the witness, page 16 of 26. This is the original that I have here. I'm not sure whether it's a pencil mark or whether it's a pen mark. It looks more like a pencil to me. It's different to the pen that was used to write the contents. Under where it starts, hereby declare, verklaar hiermee, between line 4 and line 8, there's a bracket. And there's a question mark next to the bracket. Does your copy have it as well?
No.
16 of 26, part G. 16 of 26, part G. Top of the page is part G, deel G. And then it reads, op Sondagoggend het ek opgestaan en my huiswerk gedoen by my huis. Na my huiswerk klaar is, toe gaan ek om na Kelly en Boeta se huis toe. Now, the next line will start, toe sien ek, and that sentence will end with wat daar staan nie, referring to the buggy. Now there's a bracket on my copy, not on yours. So can I accept then this might have been placed inadvertently, maybe in preparation, because if it's not on the other copies, it means this was put on here after copies were made for the defense. So I'll ignore that.
Please, my Lord, it's also not on any of our copies.
No, just...
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of it. I hope there aren't any original document. I'm only working on my copies.
I was just paging through it and I saw it, and you would have realized when I would add anything to the original document, I would place it on record.
Yes, indeed.
And I would normally mark it with a different color pen or pencil that's used on the original, so that whoever reads the record afterwards knows what the original will look like. I can understand how in preparation counsel would sometimes mark a document or highlight something in a document, and then when you get up on your feet to hand it into court, you realize that you've actually altered the original. I understand that it happens as long as we are clear what the position was.
Thank you, my Lord.
Good. Yes, thank you. You may then proceed.
My Lord, may I just ask, so that I understand how you mark the document, my Lord, with respect. I just want to be sure, whilst we're dealing with this page 16, did you mark that one as number 1, or did you mark page 17 as number 1?
Let me explain again. The Roneo form
Yes.
has 26 pages.
Indeed.
So they are numbered on top.
Yes.
Page, like this one, will be 16 of 26. So there's no additional reason for me to identify the pages. Then when you start with the 6 further pages that was written on P21 paper, I've just numbered those pages with a red pen. So when reference is made at any stage during the proceedings, it will then be Exhibit R, page 15 of 26, or Exhibit R, Roneo pages,
Thank you, my Lord.
P21 pages 1, 2, 3, 4.
That is clear. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you very much. Now, specifically, I'm taking you to page 2 of the Roneo form, and I'm going to read. It's almost in the middle of the page.
To say Kelly,
En toe gaan sy en Boeta tot teen die pad en wag vir die motor. Die motor is 'n wit golf, toe klim 'n Sangoma uit. Toe gaan Boeta teen die sy toe staan, Boeta teen die sypaadjie, en Kelly is alleen by die Sangoma. I'm going to stop.
oh, that's page 3. Page 1, just to get it clear, that's still questions and answers. Of the P21 pages, right? Page 1 of that is the one that still have questions and answers. Because there wasn't enough space somewhere else,
No.
right? Unless mine is bound
Yes.
differently.
Yes. My Lord, I think with the making of the copies, that must have happened, because the questions and answers follows page 20. Page 20 of the document, Roneo form, is questions and answers, and it then follows to one P21 page,
so
which
now-
I have marked page 6.
So what is page 1? I'm going to add in to follow after page 20 of 26.
Indeed, my Lord. Thank you.
So it will now still be my page 3 that you're referring to, where almost in the middle, just below that, that's the portion that you read.
Indeed, my Lord. I'm just renumbering mine.
Kelly en toe gaan sy en Boeta tot teen die pad
Yes, indeed.
And die motor is 'n bit golf te klim is en kom maar uit. That's what you read.
Indeed.
So I'm with you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Lombard, the question is, can you explain this? Here that you say Kelly and Buddha went to the road, to the vehicle.
Kan u dan verduidelijk waar u zou zeggen, Kelly en Buddha is toen naar die kaart, naar de voertuig toe?
Dat was nooit Buddha wat samen met Kelly gegaan naar de breedkamer. Dat was Joshlin geweest wat samen daar gelopen bij die Paulo. Het was hier een oor, het was een Paulo-kar geweest.
Never did Buddha go with her to the car. It was Joshlin. It was not a Golf, it was a Polo.
Well, that correction was actually made in the statement.
Indeed.
Where further down I can see the witness said, jammer mevrou, dit is eintlik 'n Polo.
Yes, indeed, my lord. So the issue is with Buddha going along. You say Buddha never went along.
Die punt was geweest of Buddha saam was naar die Polo toe. So u sê Buddha was nooit saam geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And then, if you turn the page, the next page, page 4, not quite in the middle of the page, but it's a separate paragraph, I would say paragraph 2, toe sal sy Kelly en vir Joshlin tot terug by die motor, toe vat sy Kelly vir Joshlin tot terug by die motor, om te bewys, hier is Joshlin.
Kelly then took Joshlin back to the vehicle to show this is Joshlin.
So, in other words, that Kelly first went with Buddha and then with Joshlin. Can you respond to that? Is that correct?
Kelly just met Buddha en voertuig toe met Joshlin. Kan u dit recht maken?
Kelly het gelopen met Joshlin, met die motor.
Kelly went to the vehicle with Joshlin.
En sy het die mense aanwys van Joshlin.
Then she went to show the people Joshlin.
And how many times did she do that on that Sunday?
Hoeveel keer het sy dit gedoen op hierdie Sondag?
Dit was net die een keer geweest.
Only the one time, my lord.
And in the very same paragraph, the last sentence thereof, ek kon alles sien en hoor.
Where you say you can see everything and hear.
Die eerste keer ek het by die kant gestaan en ek gehoor wat Kelly beplan om Buddha.
Sorry. There must be a misunderstanding. I'm referring to this document, and this is specifically where Kelly took Joshlin to the Polo motor vehicle. That's in that context, that it then says, ek kon alles sien en hoor. Would you like to respond to that?
In die verklaring staan dat u so gesê het in die verklaring dat ek kon alles sien en hoor. Wil u iets regplaas of wat?
That's correct, my lord.
Could you, from where you were standing there at the rocks, and you see this motor vehicle and Kelly and Joshlin, could you see everything and could you hear everything?
Van waar u so gestaan het met die rotse tot waar Kelly en Joshlin so was met die voertuig, kon nie alles sien en alles hoor wat daar so plaasgevind het.
Ek kan nie hoor wat hulle gepraat het en maar ek kan gesien wat die persoon van Kelly gegee het.
I couldn't hear what the conversation was about, my lord, but I could see something given to Kelly.
Are you going to... The video, is that available?
The video is available, yes indeed, my lord. The video is available and the copies were given to the defense.
The reason I'm asking is the following. A deponent to a statement has no control over how the paragraphs are broken up.
Yes.
So if one read this page, and I've not read the whole context, she speaks about the conversation she would overhear about the planning. Then she turns to the car. Then she goes to the rocks. And then at the end of that paragraph, the sentence is latched on to the part about the car. So the question is then, in the context of when the statement is made, whether that reference was only to when you were at the rocks, or whether it was in the context of this whole discussion and the morning. We don't know that, but we'll see how the evidence peters out.
Indeed, my lord, but the video is available.
That's if it becomes necessary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord. On the very same page, page 4, just the next paragraph, it then starts off with what happened on the Monday morning. And it's with reference to the money and the dividing of the money. Was that the Monday morning? Was that the first time that there was discussion about the money and how it would be divided?
Op die volgende paragraaf, het was paragraaf waar wat zo begint dat die maandagochtend. Die antwoord weet is dat als het hierdie maandagochtend waar die geldstory zo gepraat wordt, zo die geld verdeeld wordt.
Het was een zondag. Het was al beplan hoeveel jaar die krijgen.
It was the Sunday when we discussed as to how much each will get.
And then, if you turn the page to the next page, page 5 of the P21s, the paragraph in the middle, and with respect, I still don't understand it. I'm going to read it into the record. Toe dink sy eers weer.
Then she thought again.
This is in reference to Kelly, just in context.
Verwijs naar Kelly.
Toe dink sy eers weer en dink voor sy vir Joshlin gevat het uit die huis.
She thought before she took Joshlin out of the house.
En toe het sy die regte besluit gemaak en geneem. Hoe gaan sy vir Joshlin wegvat?
She made and decided, took the decision. How will she take Joshlin away?
Tot by die Polo.
Up to the Polo.
Sy was op pad en toe los sy dit eers en besluit om vir Joshlin weg te vat.
Then she, on the way, then she just decided again to take Joshlin away.
Can you perhaps explain what it is that you were trying to convey there?
Kan u voorop dan verduidelik wat was u probeer daarmee sê?
Dat was geweest, dat niet zo geweest is, daar was een eigen afleiding dat ik gemaakt heb.
It wasn't supposed to be there like that, my lord. That was my own assumption I made.
Wat bedoel je met eigen? What do you mean with own assumption?
Wat bedoel je met die eigen afleiding?
Ik heb gedaan, zoals die tijd wat ze die kleren aanpak, heb ik gedaan, gaan we voor Joshlin nog zitten, waar je komt zo goed, hoe gaan ze met Joshlin wegvatten?
Because when she was packing the clothes of Joshlin, she was following her own head as to how would she take Joshlin away.
Right. And then, which would be the second one on to the questions and answers. So this would in fact be marked as page 1, my lord. The second page of the questions and answers. And specifically the answer, the very first one. Die Sangoma het die deur oopgemaak, toe klim Joshlin en Kelly in, tot op 'n sekere spot. Toe klim Kelly uit en gaan werk toe, en toe ry die kar met Joshlin agterin.
You said that the Sangoma opened the door, Kelly and Joshlin got in, the vehicle drove off up to a certain spot, where Kelly got out, go to work, and then the vehicle drove off with Joshlin.
Ik heb daar een keer gepraat, het moet gelezen.
I said something, I made a, I said something wrong.
Dat moet gelezen. Die vrouw maakt een heel op Kelly en Joshlin aan die kar en die kar rijden, dus ik kan niet zien of Kelly ingeklommen of wat.
The lady got out, opened the door, Kelly and Joshlin got in, then the vehicle drove off up to a certain spot, but I don't know what happened to the vehicle.
Nee. Just repeat that last portion of what you said about Kelly.
Kan u die laatste deel dan weer herhalen wat u van Kelly?
Ik kan niet zien wat er kan Kelly ingeklommen.
I didn't see as to from which side did Kelly alight.
Wat bedoel je?
Daar waar die kamer stoppen, ik kan niet zien wat er plek of wat er kan Kelly ingeklommen in die kamer.
Where the car stopped, I don't know from which side or which spot she got out.
I just want clarity on this. Did you see the vehicle stop?
Het die car sien stop?
Nee, ik heb niet zien die kamer gaat aan de eerste pad van die, ons noemen dat ze blok.
No, I only saw the vehicle going to the first road which we named the block.
And on the very same page, skip one question and answer. The next one, hoekom het jy haar nie gestop nie? Die antwoord is, ek wou haar probeer stop, sy wou nie luister nie, nie eers na Boeta nie.
Nie eers vir Boeta nie.
Ekskuus, nie eers vir Boeta nie.
The question was that, why didn't you stop me? She said, I tried to. She wouldn't listen to me, not even to Boeta.
Ik het vragen probeer stop, maar ze wil niet luisteren naar mij nie.
I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me.
Did Boeta try to stop her?
Het Boeta probeer om weg te stoppen?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Yes.
And lastly, those were the only issues, my lord, that I wanted to refer the witness to. The last question. How do you feel about this whole incident and what you have done?
Hoe voel u oor die hele incident en wat u gedoen het?
Ik voel, my lord, soos ek vir daar staan.
As I'm still sitting here today, my lord, I feel
Ik voel baie seer.
very hurt.
En ek is self 'n ma van 4 kinders.
I'm also a mother of 4 kids.
En waar ek het geleerd, my planne wat Kelly gehad het.
I didn't know about the plan Bhutan Kelly had.
En ek het daarna kom afluister vir hulle wat sy daar praat hoe ek kan sy op en die kan sy opbring.
I at a later stage overheard or did some eavesdropping about what she and Bhuta decided as to sell the child.
Maar ek het van probeer stop en ek het van probeer gee, maar sy wil nie geluister na my nie.
But I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me.
En ek wil vandaag baie sier en daar wat kind is en wie die kan het en vraag met alle respect en discipline die iedereen kan het of wie ook al kan het, ek vraag dat die kind moet terugbring.
Today, my Lord, I would ask, make an appeal to whoever may have the child to bring the child back and that the child is still alive.
En ek voel sê dat ek ook nie wil gewees het daar met die saak van vandaag.
I feel sad and bad, my Lord, because I was involved about the case of today. I'm also a mother of 4 children.
And what you have told the court, this honorable court and this court, was it the truth?
Wat u aan hierdie hof vertel het, is dit die waarheid?
Dit was die waarheid, my Lord.
It was the truth, my Lord.
My Lord, I can see the witness is getting emotional, but that is the evidence of the witness. Thank you, my Lord.
So, part of the discussions I had with counsel this morning was that we had to make arrangements for an interpreter to come from Cape Town to assist with a particular witness. And there is another witness that traveled from the Northern Cape overnight that arrived here this morning, whose evidence we need to complete. So the discussion we had was that the cross-examination of this witness will stand over, and we will interpose the other 2 witnesses and then start with the cross-examination, which will also give the defense an opportunity to do a little bit more preparation. So hopefully we can do the swap. Is the other witness here in the house? I'm talking about the witness that came from the Northern Cape overnight with the bus.
It appears to be that way.
So Ms. Lombard, you will stand down. You will come back to court for cross-examination purposes. It might still be later today.
U gaan 'n bietjie afstaan. U sal moontlik later weer moet terugkom vir 'n kruisondervraging.
Dis correct, my Lord.
You may be temporarily excused.
U kan nog verskoon word vir 'n wyle.
And then you can call the next witness.
My Lord, there is a request that we just take a short comfort break at this stage, if it is possible at all.
Okay.
I am ready.
No, let's take the short adjournment until 11:45, because we lost time this morning with the machine, which is a 12-minute break. We'll resume at 10:45, and then maybe we'll do a swap with the interpreters
As the court pleases.
at that stage as well for the next witness, and we'll see how it goes.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Court will adjourn.
Daniels. She's witness number 60 on the list of state witnesses, and for the defence's sake, her affidavits were filed as per A12 and A125.
Thank you. You may swear the witness in.
Please give your full names to the court. Is the full name for you? Is the full name for you?
Michaela Daniels.
My name's Michaela Daniels.
I don't think the interpreter's microphone is on.
My name's Michaela Daniels. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sweer u die getuienis van u gaan gee as die waarheid, die volle waarheid? I do. Please raise your right hand and say I do. So help me God. Lig u se regterhand en sê so help my God. So help me God. So help me God. Witness one in my Lord.
Thank you. You may be seated.
U kan maar sit.
Thank you, my Lord. Ms. Daniels, you are the sister of Miss Kelly Smith, accused number 3 before court.
Mevrouw Daniels, u is de sister van mevrouw Kelly Smith, beskuldige nummer 3.
That is correct.
That's correct.
And what is your occupation?
Wat soort werk doen u?
Ek is 'n konstabel in Appington POP.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Ek is 'n konstabel by Appington POP.
I'm a constable at the Appington POP, Pops.
So you are a member of the South African Police Services.
So u werk in Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been self-employed?
Hoe lang is u in die werk?
Van 2022 af Desember maand.
From 2022 December month.
And you are still residing in Uppington, is that correct?
Bly u nog steeds in Appington?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can you perhaps give us some background as to your relationship with accused number 3, more specifically in relation to family life and growing up?
Just before the witness answers, can somebody maybe just assist in adjusting the microphone slightly up so that the witness doesn't have to bend forward all the time when she answers? It looks a bit uncomfortable. Is that better?
Ja, jy lag baie, dankie.
Yes, my Lord, thank you. Kan u dan vir ons 'n bietjie die agtergrond gee van die familie en hoe hulle mevrou kan u dan vir ons gee asseblief?
Ons is 5 kinders.
We have 5 kids,
Waarvan Kelly die oudste is.
of which Kelly is the eldest.
My broer wat op 25 gesterf het, hy is na Kelly gebore.
My brother that passed on at 25, of which he was born after Kelly.
En dan is ons 3.
Kan u weer sê?
Dan is ons 3 ander.
Then we are now 3,
Ek en 2 broers.
myself and 2 brothers.
Kelly het nie by ons groot geword nie.
Kelly did not grow up together with us.
Sy het in 'n ouma groot geword in Saldanha.
She grew up with my grandmother in Saldanha.
En ons het ons ouers groot geraak in 'n gehuis.
Kan u weer sê?
Ons het groot geword in 'n ouers in 'n gehuis.
Ach, nice. I think the interpreter's microphone, it doesn't come over loud enough. I could see counsel was struggling to hear. Maybe get it slightly closer. Maybe you must keep it slightly closer to your mouth, the green microphone. All right, so he grew up with your grandmother. That's and the rest of you with your parents in Aggeneys.
Edelagbare, ja, ek het my ouma groot geword en ons het in my ouers groot geword in 'n genees.
It's the last part that I can't hear from.
The town's name is Jacquen.
Jacquen, okay. Kelly grew up with my grandmother in Saldanha, and myself and my other siblings with our parents in Jacquen. It's a township.
Where's Jacquen?
Waar is Jacquen, mevrouw?
Dit is tussen Springbok en Piala.
It is between Springbok and
Piala.
Bella.
Northern Cape.
As
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So, are you the youngest of the 5 children?
So as die jongste van 5 kinders.
Nee, ek is net 'n jonger broertjie. Hy is 4 jaar jonger as ek.
No, I have a younger brother that is 4 years younger than me.
So seeing that Kelly grew up with grandmother and not with you, how was the relationship between you and Kelly? Did you have contact, regular contact? Tell us about that.
You see that Kelly die almost groot geword en jullie ouders groot geword. Was jullie in contact met elkaar? Hoe het het gewerkt?
Ek en Kelly was nie baie in kontak met mekaar nie,
Myself and Kelly were not much in contact.
maar die slag as Kelly by ons kon kuier,
But the time that Kelly came to visit,
of ons kon Saldanha toe,
or we came to Saldanha,
dan het ons altyd die bond van susters gehad.
we always had the bond of sisters.
And I think it is common cause that at a stage Kelly fell into the use of drugs.
Ons weet dat de punt van de tijd Kelly en dwelms gebruikt.
Dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
And how did that influence the relationship and the family relationship?
En hoe het die familie geaffecteerd?
Soos ek sê, Kelly het groot geword by my ouma.
As I said, Kelly grew up with my grandmother.
So ons het nie elke dag mekaar gesien nie.
We did not see each other every day.
Sy het hierdie kant gebly en die dwelms gebruik,
She stayed beside and used drugs,
waarvan my ouers haar 'n paar keer gekom haal het,
of which my parents came to fetch her a few times
dat sy by ons groot word.
to come and grow up with us.
Maar sy het nie 'n paar weke gebly,
She just stayed a few weeks,
dan het sy weer teruggekom Saldanha toe.
and she would just come back again to Saldanha.
And what about her children? We know that she has 3 children. How was the family's responsibility and access and contact with those 3 children?
Ons weet dat sy 3 kinders so werk in die contact met die familie en van die 3 kinders.
As my ouers hulle opgekom in Saldanha toe,
Now when my parents will come to Saldanha,
dan het Kelly altyd die kinders na my ouma se huis toe gebring.
we always brought the children to my grandmother's house,
Ouers het self die kinders gaan haal by Kelly.
or my parents will come and go and fetch the children from Kelly.
This court has also heard the evidence that Jacquen, Kelly's oldest son, did not really live with her. Can you tell us about that?
Die hof het ook gehoor dat Kelly se oudste kind het nie eintlik met haar gebly nie. Kan nie voel vir verduidelik.
Jacquen het by my ouma gebly,
Rhyn resided with my grandmother
tot en met sy nie meer agter hom kan kyk nie,
until that she couldn't look after him anymore,
en toe het my ouma vir Jacquen teruggegee vir Kelly.
and my grandmother handed him over to Kelly.
Do you know when that was?
Weet jy wanneer was dit gewees?
Ek het geen idee nie.
I have no idea.
Rhyn is again staying with family of yours, correct?
Eigenlijk Rhyn bly met familie.
Ja, Rhyn is by familie.
Yes, Rhyn is with family.
Alright. So, I understand that you and your sister don't have regular contact. Did you have regular telephonic contact with one another?
Ek weet so ver dat en u suster was nie baie in kontak met mekaar en maar was hier in kontak met mekaar telefonies.
Telefonies was ons glad nie in kontak met mekaar nie.
We were not in contact telephonically at all.
Tot en met Desember die 19de,
Till December the 19th,
2023.
2023.
Before you tell us about that contact, can you explain why it is that you and Kelly were not in regular telephonic contact, being sisters?
Voor u vir ons van dit vertel, kan u dan vir ons verduidelik, want u en Kelly is sisters nie, omdat hulle nie in kontak met mekaar nie.
Kelly het nooit konstant 'n foon gehad nie.
Kelly did not have a phone constantly.
So haar nommers het geverskil. Elke keer is dit ander nommers.
Kelly's numbers changed all the time.
En dit is die rede hoekom ons nooit telefonies in kontak was met mekaar nie.
Hence, we could not or were not in contact telephonically with each other.
So you say that on the 19th of December 2023, then there was contact. Please tell us about that.
So u sê dat op die 19de van Desember maand, ja, 2023, hulle was in kontak met mekaar. Kan u dan vir ons vertel van dit?
Op 2023,
On 2023,
Desember die 19de,
on the 19th of December,
het Kelly, my suster,
Kelly, my sister,
vir my 'n boodskap gestuur
sent me a message
op Facebook Messenger.
on Facebook Messenger.
Sy het vir my gevra,
She asked me,
hoe gaan dit met my?
how is it going with me?
En ook vir my gesê
And also told me,
dat sy by die haarsalon was.
say what?
Dat sy by die haarsalon was.
That she's at the hair salon.
Ek het haar gevra, Kelly,
I asked her, Kelly,
is dit jy?
is it you?
Sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
She did not answer.
Ek was geskok
I was shocked
om van haar te hoor
to hear from her
na al die jare.
after all these years.
Now, just so that I understand, you say that this was a message sent to you on Facebook Messenger. What makes you think that it was indeed from Kelly?
So, om vir u reg te verstaan, u sê dat u die boodskap gekry het op Facebook deur Messenger nie. So, hoe het u dan geweet dat hierdie boodskap kom van Kelly af?
Op die profiel
On the profile,
was daar 'n foto
there was a photo
van 'n meisiekindjie wat soos Joshlin lyk,
of a young girl that looks like Joshlin.
maar ek weet Kelly het ook so gelyk toe sy klein was.
Kan u dit sê?
Ek weet Kelly het ook so gelyk toe sy klein was.
I know that Kelly also looked like that when she was younger.
Dis hoekom ek geweet het dit is sy.
That's how I knew that it was her.
So you responded to ask Kelly, is it jy? And no reaction, that was the end of that telephonic contact on that day, correct?
So u het geantwoord op die boodskap om te sê Kelly, is dit jy? En daar was geen antwoord van my kant af.
Did you say telephonic contact?
Yes, my lord. This on Facebook Messenger, that is usually
Is it telephonic or electronic?
electronic, my lord. My apologies. Electronic. Usually it's on a phone. My mistake. My error. Electronic.
So van die boodskap wat u gekry van Kelly af en u van gevra is Kelly is jy en daar was geen antwoord en dit was deur elektroniese boodskap.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
After that, did you receive any further messages or contact from Kelly?
Nadat het u ander boodskap gekry of verder kontak was met Kelly?
Kelly het weer die 5de Januarie 2024
Kelly once again on the 5th of January 2024
vir my 'n boodskap gestuur om my ma se nommer te vra.
sent me a message to ask my mother's number.
Ek het dit nie vir haar gestuur nie,
I did not send it to her
want ek het dit nie op die oomblik gehad nie.
because I did not have it at that time, at that moment.
Ek het ook aan haar verduidelik
I also explained to her
dat ek nie in Aggeneys bly nie,
that I'm not right residing in Aggeneys,
dat ek nou in Appington werk.
that I'm working now currently in Appington.
Sy het geantwoord deur te sê
She answered by saying,
sy bly laat en mis uit op die familie se lewe.
kan u weer sê?
Sy bly laat en mis uit op die familie se lewe.
She's always late and she misses out on the family's life.
Did you respond to that?
Het u dan geantwoord op dit?
Ek het nie weer vir haar geantwoord nie.
I did not answer or reply again to her.
And through which medium was this communication?
En hierdie communicatie, hoe was die communicatie geweest met haar?
Dit was nog steeds deur Facebook Messenger.
It was still via Facebook Messenger.
Was it with the same profile?
Was dit dezelfde profiel Kiki geweest?
Dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we come to Joshlin's disappearance. How did you find out about that?
Dan kom ons by die verdwijning van Joshlin. Hoe het u uitgevind?
Die 20ste Februarie 2024
On the 20th of February 2024,
het my ma vir my 'n WhatsApp voice note gestuur
my mother sent me a WhatsApp voice note
die oggend voor 9
the morning before 9 o'clock
om te sê dat Kelly vir haar gebel het
saying that Kelly called her
en gesê dat Joshlin weg is
and said that Joshlin is missing or disappeared.
en hulle soek al vir Joshlin van die vorige dag af.
And they've been looking for searching for Joshlin from the previous day.
Ek het my ma geantwoord en gesê
I answered my mother by saying,
ek hoop Joshlin word gekry.
I hope Joshlin will be found.
Later that day, what happened then?
Later daardie dag wat het gebeur, mother.
Ek het vir Kelly voor 1 'n boodskap op Facebook Messenger gestuur.
I sent Kelly a message before 1 o'clock via WhatsApp Facebook Messenger
om te vra of Joshlin gekry is
to ask whether Joshlin had been found.
en sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
And she did not reply.
Ek het die namiddag voor 7
I remember the afternoon before 7 o'clock.
weer vir haar 'n boodskap op Facebook Messenger gestuur
I once sent her a message again via Facebook Messenger
om te vra of Joshlin al gekry is
to ask her has Joshlin been found.
en sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
And she did not reply.
Ek het haar toe gebel op Facebook Messenger,
I then called her on Facebook Messenger,
maar sy het nie haar foon geantwoord nie.
but she did not answer her phone.
And the next day, which was now the 21st of February.
En die volgende dag was die 21ste van Februarie maand.
Die 21ste Februarie het Kelly vir my 'n voice note op WhatsApp Messenger gestuur.
On the 25th of February, Kelly sent me a voice note on WhatsApp message
Om te sê Joshlin is nog nie gekry nie,
to say that Joshlin has not been found,
maar sy gaan haar kind daardie dag kry.
but she will get the child on that day.
Ek het haar toe gevra, Kelly,
I then asked her, Kelly,
waar was sy daai dag, die maandag?
then I asked her, where was she that Monday?
Wat sê die polisie? Is daar hulle verdagte?
What the police saying? Is there any suspects?
Het daar geen informasie vorentoe gekom nie?
Has there been any information that came forth?
Wie is die seentjie wat laatste saam met Joshlin gesien was?
Who was the young boy or boy that was last seen with Joshlin?
En wie was die persoon
And who was the person?
wat daardie inligting bekend gemaak het?
And that made that information known.
Ek het haar ook gevra, Kelly,
I also asked her, Kelly,
weet Josh dalk enige iets? Josh.
Then I asked her, Kelly, does Josh know something?
Of weet Rhyn miskien enige iets?
Does maybe Jacquen know something?
Maar sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
But she did not answer me.
Ek het haar ook gevra, hoe gaan dit met Rhyn en Rachel?
I then asked her, how's it going with Jacquen and Rachel?
Maar sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
But she did not answer me.
Purely for record purposes, the Josh that you are referring to, that is the biological father of Joshlin, correct?
So die Joshlin die na te verwys is Joshlin se biologie pa.
Dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
And the next day, the 22nd,
Die volgende dag, die 22ste,
Die 22ste Februarie het ek weer vir Kelly 'n boodskap gestuur
the 22nd of February, I once again sent Kelly a message
om vir haar te vra as daar al enige nuus
to ask her whether there is any news.
en sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
And she did not answer me.
that message that you sent, was that now on the WhatsApp or on Facebook?
Die boodskap wat u gestuur het was deur Facebook gewees, Messenger of deur WhatsApp.
Dit was steeds deur Facebook Messenger.
It was still through Facebook Messenger.
Except for the profile photo that you referred to,
Behalwe die profiel kiekie wat u na toe verwys het,
was there perhaps a date of birth also connected to that profile?
was daar miskien ook geboortedatum wat ook aangegeven was op die profiel?
Daar was 'n geboortedatum.
Yes, there was a date of birth.
Die geboortedatum het gesê die 5de van die eerste maand.
The date of birth stated the 5th of the first month,
1990.
1990.
Do you know whose date of birth that is?
Weet u wie se geboortedatum is dit?
Ek het geen idee nie, maar ek weet dat Kelly se geboortedatum die 1 Mei
I have no idea, but I know that Kelly's date of birth is the 1st of May.
so dit mag nou wees dat sy net die maand en die dag omgedraai het.
It might happen that, or it might be that she just swapped the date and the month around.
And that brings us to Monday, the 26th of February 2024. Can you please tell us what happened on that day?
Can you please repeat the date then?
26th February 2024, it was a Monday.
Dit bring nou vir ons na maandag toe die datum die 26ste van Februarie die jaar 2024.
Die 26ste Februarie,
On the 26th of February,
5 minute voor 1 die middag,
5 minutes before 1 o'clock the afternoon,
het ek vir Kelly gebel op WhatsApp
I called Kelly via WhatsApp.
en ek het vir haar gevra, Kelly,
I asked her, Kelly,
waar is Joshlin?
where is Joshlin?
Sy het vir my geantwoord
She answered me
en gesê, my suster,
and said, my sister,
my kind is hier in die plakkerskamp.
and said, my child is here in the informal settlement.
Iemand wil my kind verkoop,
Someone wants to sell my child.
maar Saldanha is nou te heated.
And we receive.
Maar Saldanha is nou te heated.
But Saldanha now is a hotspot.
Maar my kind is hier in die plakkerskamp.
But my child is here in the informal settlement.
En dit eerlagbare was haar presiese woorde aan my.
And those were precise or actual words towards me, to me by me.
Ek vra haar toe, Kelly,
I then asked Kelly,
wie is die boyfriend se vriende
and then I asked Kelly, who is the boyfriend's friends
wat daar was op daardie dag?
that was there on that day?
By wie het sy gaan werk?
And where did she go and work, or for whom?
Hoe laat het sy huis toe gekom?
What time did she come back home?
Waar was Rhyn die maandag?
And where was Jacquen that Monday?
En hoekom het sy nie vir Joshlin skool toe gestuur het?
And why did she not send Joshlin to school?
Sy het vir my geantwoord deur te sê,
She answered me by saying,
my suster,
my sister,
jy vra my nou die vraag
you asking me now this question,
wat die polisie my al reeds gevra het.
of which the police already asked me.
Ek weet jy is 'n polisievrou,
I know that you're a police woman,
maar ek gaan nie weer die vrae beantwoord nie.
but I'm not going to answer the question again.
Sy voeg toe by,
She also added by saying,
Joshlin se skoolklere was vuil
Joslin's school clothing was dirty,
en sy het nie geld gehad om wasboeie te koop nie.
and she did not have money to buy washing powder.
Dit is die rede hoekom sy nie vir Joshlin skool toe gestuur het nie.
Hence, or that is the reason that she did not send Joshlin to school.
Sy sê toe vir my, sy moet nou gaan,
She told me that she must go now,
toe trek sy die foon af.
and she put the phone down.
Did you have an opportunity to ask her to explain what she had told you about her child being there in the informal settlement and that somebody wants to sell the child and that Saldanha was too heated? Did you get a chance to ask her about these things?
Het u 'n kans gekry of 'n geleentheid gekry om vir haar te vra oor hierdie ding wat sy vir u gesê het dat iemand wil laat hom verkoop en die kind is daar in die plakkerskamp?
Nee,
No.
want onmiddellik toe sy klaar gesê het,
Because after she had said that,
sy kan nie vir Joshlin skool toe gestuur het nie as gevolg van die klere wat vuil was.
she could not send Joshlin to school because of the clothing, the school clothing that was dirty.
Het sy gesê sy moet nou gaan en toe trek sy die foon af.
She said that she has to go now and to drop the call.
Ek het agterna vir haar weer 'n boodskap gestuur
I sent her a message again after that,
om te vra wie is die vriende
and to ask who are these friends
wat by haar boyfriend was die dag.
that was there by her boyfriend's place that day.
Ek het haar weer gevra, Kelly,
Once again asked her, Kelly,
by wie het jy gaan werk
where did you go to work?
en hoe laat het jy huis toe gekom?
And what time did you come home?
Sy het vir my geantwoord deur te sê,
She answered me by saying,
dit was Steveno en
she said that it was Stefano and
Nilo.
Nino. Stefano and Nino.
Nilo.
Sorry, my lord, let me read it arrives?
Nilo.
Steveno en Nilo.
It's Steveno and Nilo, my lord. Nilo.
En dat sy by Kelly se huis gaan werk het
She went to work at Kelly's house
en voor 4 by die huis gekom het,
and arrived at home before 4 o'clock,
waarvan sy gas gaan koop het,
where she went to buy gas.
en toe sy terugkom huis toe,
When she got back home,
was Joshlin nog steeds nie daar nie.
Joshlin was still not there.
Did she indicate to you at that stage if she knew where Joshlin was?
Hy sê aan die ingedeel daardie tyd waar die stadium waar was Joshlin.
Nee, sy het nie.
No, she did not.
During this conversation, can you give us an idea as to how Kelly sounded when she was speaking to you?
Kan iemand vir ons die gesprek hê? Kan iemand vir ons sê hoe Kelly geklink?
Die eerste dag, die heel eerste dag wat ek vir Kelly geskakel het, was Kelly in 'n toestand.
The first time when I called her, she was in a state.
Sy het gehuil en gesê Joshlin is nie gekry nie,
She cried and said that Joshlin has not been found.
maar die volgende dag, edelagbare,
But the following day, my lord,
toe ek haar bel. Toe ek haar bel,
but the following day, my lord, when I called her,
toe was sy gelukkig en sy het baie gelag.
she was happy and she laughed a lot.
En sy het vir my gesê dat Kate McKenzie vir Rhyn en Rachel,
She told me that Kate McKenzie, Raquel and Rhyn and Michelle
klere gekoop het.
bought clothing.
En hoe meer ek gevra het van Joshlin,
The more I asked her about Joshlin,
hoe meer het sy vir my vertel van Kate McKenzie wat vir Rhyn en Rachel klere gekoop het.
the more she told me about Kate McKenzie that bought Rhyn and Michelle clothes.
Maar sy was gelukkig.
But she was happy.
And then can you tell us what happened on the 3rd of March 2024?
Kan iemand ons vertel wat het gebeur op die 3de Maart?
Op die 3de Maart het ek 'n oproep gekry
On the 3rd of March, I received a call
op WhatsApp
on WhatsApp
van Sheiks af,
from Sheiks,
waarvan Kelly en Boeta in die kombi gesit het met Sheiks,
of which Kelly and Buta were seated or was in the taxi with Sheiks,
en Sheiks het vir my gesê Kelly wil saam met my praat.
and Sheiks told me that Kelly wants to speak with me.
Kelly het vir my verskoning gevra
Kelly asked me,
sy het verskoning gevra vir haar gedrag die vorige dag
Kelly asked forgiveness how she was or her demeanor the previous day
op die interview van Kate McKenzie.
on the interview of Kate McKenzie.
Ek het net vir haar gesê is reg
I just told her it's fine,
en toe het sy die foon teruggegee vir Sheiks
and she had it or gave back the phone to Sheiks,
en toe het Sheiks die foon call geënd.
and Sheiks ended the call.
Can you perhaps tell us what happened the previous day?
Kan u vir ons miskien vertel wat het gebeur die
Gaiten McKenzie het vir Kelly Spur toegevat
Gaten McKenzie took Kelly to Spur
om 'n interview te gaan doen met haar.
to do an interview with her.
En Kelly het op die interview gesê,
And Kelly said on this interview,
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, just so that I know. How do you know this?
met 'n vrou weer nie van dit,
van ek het die interview gekyk.
because I watched the interview.
So that was broadcast live.
So dit was lewendig gemaak.
Dis korrek.
Yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Now you may proceed.
Ek kan maar voortgaan.
Kelly het gesê, ek het gesê,
Kelly said that I said
dat die kind verkoop is vir R20,000.
that the child has been sold for 20,000 rand.
En dit is toe waar ek in die kommentaar in vergeten sê,
Kan u weer luister?
dit is toe waar ek in die kommentaar vergeten sê,
And that's when I said by the comments to Gaten
dat hy vir my moet eet in die interview.
that he must add me in the interview.
Hy het my toe geëet,
He added me.
en ek het vergeten gesê,
I said to Gaten,
dat dit wat Kelly nou gesê het,
of which what Kelly said now,
is nie die waarheid nie,
it's not the truth.
en dat ek gesê het,
Then I said,
dat sy vir my gesê het,
she said to me,
dat haar kind in die plakkerskap is,
that her child is in the informal settlement,
en iemand wou die kind verkoop het,
and that someone wanted to sell the child,
maar dis sê dit in Saldanha.
but Saldanha is a hotspot. Sorry, Rhyn.
Just want to clarify.
Sorry, I just want to ask if the provision can be made because my arm is not going to hold throughout this. It's like getting a bit weakly at the moment. Just with the mic to for a stand.
Yeah, is there any way we can assist the interpreter?
I will try just to put it on here, but I hope it won't disturb us.
Yeah.
For now, I'll just hold it and then to see maybe when it's break time to do something like that.
Yeah.
If that's the order.
I just want to clarify. Can you just repeat what you said that Kelly told you about the fact that the child was still in the informal settlement? Did you say that somebody wanted to sell the child or buy the child?
Kan u net weer vir ons herhaal wat u gesê het dat die kind is nog steeds op die kind is in die plakkerskap nie. Iemand wou om die kind te koop om die kind gekoop. Kan u dit herhaal asseblief?
Kelly's woorde was,
Kelly's words were,
my suster, my kind is in die plakkerskap,
my sister, my child is in the informal settlement.
iemand wou my kind verkoop.
Someone wants to sell the child.
But Saldanha,
Maar is nou te eten in Saldanha,
But Saldanha is a hotspot now.
maar my kind is in die plakkerskap.
But my child is in the informal settlement.
So dit is wat ek gesê het op die interview.
So that is when I said in the interview,
En toe het Kelly my aangeval,
and Kelly attacked me
deur om vir my te sê,
to say,
ek moet oorleef,
I must stop lying,
en dat ek nie 'n promosie sal kry,
and then I won't get a promotion.
en ek kan alleen my bekkie reg trek.
I must just pull my lips properly.
En dit is toe om sy verskoning gevra het die volgende dag.
And that's how she asked for forgiveness for the previous day.
Yes.
Lord, that's the evidence of this witness.
Mr. Harmsen. Certainly. Yep.
Sorry, the witness is asking for to leave.
Ms. Swanepoel will arrange. Yes, thank you, Mr. Harmsen.
May it please the court, my lord, I just have one or two questions. And Ms. Daniels, if I understand your evidence correctly, when you mentioned shakes there, and there was a live video.
It was a live video.
As I understood your video, your evidence, you said that my client, Apollis, who's called Buddha, that he was also there.
So if he vertelt dit was steeds in die kar was, my cliënt, Apollis is wat Buddha is, was ook teenwoordig. Nou die Hemelot?
That's correct, I was all there.
Yes, he was also there.
Are you saying that because you saw him there on the live video?
You see dat jy hom gesien op die live video.
Dit was nie 'n live video nie, dit was 'n video call.
It was not a live video, it was a video call.
Video call.
En ek het hom gesien.
And I saw him.
My instructions are that he was not there.
My instructions is that ek was nie teenwoordig nie.
Hy was, want hy het agter Kelly gesit op die heel agterste seat van die Kombi.
He was because he was sitting behind Kelly at the last seat of the Kombi.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Any questions?
Just two questions. Good morning, lady.
Goeiemôre.
And how are you? How are you?
Who is he?
Dit gaan goed en self.
It's going good with me and you.
The letter, the messages from WhatsApp,
Just a moment. Can we just adjust the microphone for Ms. Nkabai?
Ms. Nkabai is shorter than the other defense attorneys. Can you shorten it?
Okay, he's just going to adjust it on the mixer so that it picks up better.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for the interruption. The messages you are making reference to, WhatsApp and Messenger, did you send those messages to my Leonard colleague for the state?
Die boodskappe wat jy op Facebook en Facebook Messenger gekry het en WhatsApp, het jy daar die boodskap aan die collega's gestuur?
Watter collega's is dit nou?
Which colleagues are those now?
You received messages.
Jy het boodskap gekry.
WhatsApp message from Kelly. You sent Kelly a WhatsApp message. You received messages from Kelly via Messenger.
Jy het boodskap gekry of jy het boodskappe vir Kelly gestuur via WhatsApp en jy het ook boodskap gekry van Kelly af via Facebook Messenger.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
My question is,
No, my vraag is,
did you furnish the state with those messages?
het jy dan daardie boodskappe vir die staat gegee?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I've read your affidavits.
Ek het die verklaring gelees.
It's A125 and A12.
A125 and A12.
In particular, where you are making reference to my client. My client is Steveno.
En waar u van my cliënt praat Steveno?
In A12,
In A12,
you mentioned that you were told that.
u noem dat u was vertel of gesê.
Oh, let me rephrase that question. In your statement marked A12,
En u is 'n verklaring gemerk A12.
and in your conversation of the 26th of February 2024,
En u is 'n geselskap van die 26de van Februarie maand.
there's a mention of my client.
Dis 'n noem van my cliënt.
But when I read
Maar as ek dit lees,
the same paragraph in your other statement, A125, on the same date, the
maar as ek lees, in dieselfde paragraaf maar in A1225,
the same date, 26th of February 2024,
dieselfde datum van 2024,
there's no mention of my client.
maar dis niks genoem van my cliënt nie.
Op watter verklaring is dit?
On which statement is that?
Can my learned colleague furnish the witness with both of her statements?
Yeah, maybe if they are there, just give it to the witness so that the witness can check. So
A12,
the one is marked A12, and the other one would be marked A125.
Indeed, we do have the statement from hospital.
So, if I understand the question correctly, in the first statement, A12, there's mention made of Steveno's name.
Soos ek reg verstaan, in die eerste verklaring A12 is genoem van Steveno.
And in the second statement, A125,
En die tweede verklaring A125
discussing the same communication that you had with Kelly on the 26th.
gespreek oor dieselfde kommunikasie van die boodskappe wat u gekry van Kelly,
His name is not mentioned.
maar sy naam is genoem nie.
In my verklaring, die 12de, die A12,
On my statement on A12
is nie dieselfde verklaring as die verklaring 125 nie.
en u wil sê,
Die verklaring van A12
the statement A12
is nie dieselfde verklaring as verklaring A125 nie.
is not the same statement as A125.
are you telling the court that the occurrences of the 26th of February 2024 regarding this matter, regarding my client, are different? Is that what you're trying to tell this court?
Wil u dan vir hierdie hof vertel dat wat gebeur het op daardie datum, die genoemde datum van die 26ste van Februarie maand 2024 is dat so verskillende.
Let me try and clarify the way I understand it again. So there are two statements. There are two different statements.
Daar's drie verskillende verklaringe
In each one of them,
en elke een van hulle
the discussion of the 26th of February
en die gesprek
are being described.
die sê wat gebeur het op die 26ste van die tweede maand 2024.
Let's start with that portion of it.
Laat ons nou begin van hierdie
Are they described the same conversation you had with Kelly in both of the statements or not?
en die praat dit van dieselfde ding wat u gepraat het met Kelly of is dit verskillend?
Nee, edelagbare. Verklaring A12 is net spesifiek gebaseer op die 26ste Februarie.
No, my lord, the statement A12 is only on the 26th of February 2024.
En in verklaring A125
En the statement A125,
het ek niks gepraat van die 26ste Februarie nie.
I said or mentioned nothing about the 26th of February.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kabai.
My lord, there is a mention of the 26th of February 2024 on both statements.
With all due respect, there's reference to the date of the 26th, but the only reference is to say that I was then conversing with her on WhatsApp by a specific WhatsApp number. The content of that discussion or messages is not covered in this statement. It was already covered in the A12, the first statement. A25 was taken subsequently to describe all the other conversations that were had.
It might be helpful if the statements are shown to me and I can just look at that portion so that I can deal with the content and the context.
Thank you, my Lord.
Question.
Before that is done, can I comment on what my learned colleague has just said? This is becoming very interesting. The witness has just told me that the 26th of February 2024 doesn't appear on both statements. It is only appearing on one statement. My learned colleague is standing up, is saying the 26th of February 2024 is appearing on both statements. Which is which from the state?
Let me have a look at
What is the truth?
Let me have a look at the statements. I'm not going to admit it as exhibits yet so that I can sensibly deal with the objection and the response thereto.
Thank you, my Lord.
So A12, the statement was in fact made on the 26th of February of last year. So it was on the same day that the discussion took place, that the statement was made, as it was commissioned on that day by Naledi Mayekiso. There, a full description of the discussion is given, A12. Now looking at A25, and I'm looking, A125, and I'm looking for the date of the 26th as I'm paging through. All right.
It is on top of the head.
I found it. Just want to see whether I can see the date anywhere else in the statement. So on one of 4 of the pages, there's no mention of the 26th. Then I turn the page, so it's 2 of 4. That ends on the 22nd of February. Then on 3 of 4, in the second paragraph, I can see the date, 26/2. And the sentence reads, vanaf 2024/226 het ons I can't make out the word begin chat op WhatsApp. Haar WhatsApp number was, and the number is given. So the way I understand it, that's the reference to the 26th in the statement. It says from the 26th of February, we started communicating, I'm translating the chat as communicating, on WhatsApp, and her WhatsApp number was that. Is there anywhere else in the statement where the date 26 is mentioned? Doesn't look like it. Is that the one you're referring to, Ms. Mkabai?
Yes, that's the one, my Lord.
Yes, thank you. You can...
It appears now, after the court had an insight in both your statements, it appears now, 26th of February 2024, appears in both of your statements, contrary to what you've just said now. What is your comment to that?
Ik wijs nadat die hoofd bij de van eerste verklaringsdeel gekeken heeft, ik wijs het die datum van die 26e van die tweede maand, jaar 2024, bij de van die datum verschijnt daar zo mee. So wat sê u nou oor wat u gesê het wat nou met die snel was?
Kan jy gou weer vraag aan my herhaal?
Nadat die hof beide van eerste verklaring gekend het mee, dit kom uit dat beide van die datum van die 26e van die tweede maand, de jaar 2024, nee, dit verskil in A12 en dit is ook daar in A125, nee, waar u sê dat ons het gecommuniceer aan WhatsApp, deur WhatsApp en die WhatsApp nummer is daar neergeskryf.
As ek korrek was haar vraag, hoekom is haar cliënt se naam in my een statement en nie in die ander een nie?
If I understand and heard correctly, my lord, was that why his client's name was mentioned in the other one, in the one statement, but is not mentioned in the other statement.
Op daardie spesifieke datum.
On that specific date.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Mr. Subnarine.
My lord, before my learned colleague take the stand, can I take instructions from my
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly. Yes, certainly. You can do that. Let's put it down, sir.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Yes, thank you. Maybe you can put the microphone down so long to rest your arm. And we're going to adjust that one. Is it possible, is there maybe a little stand or something for that microphone? So we will have one later.
Thank you.
I hope you have your Tswana speaking witness lined up. No, it's fine. We're still going to have cross-examination, but I've explained this morning the difficulty that we might have if we miss the opportunity of having the interpreter available for the Setswana speaking witness, so that we might not have another opportunity. So that we can deal with that. Mr. Harms, whilst Mr. Subnarine, you can continue. Whilst Mr. Subnarine is taking instructions, in the event that we're ready for cross-examination of Ms. Lombard this afternoon, will you be ready to start?
I will be ready to start.
I doubt that we'll finish your cross-examination of the witness, but at least we can start, and it gives your colleagues an opportunity to catch up also. Thank you, Mr. Subnarine.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court. Ma'am, you told us that you and your sister, accused number 3, had a good relationship.
het vir ons gesê, u sê dat u en u suster 'n goeie verhouding.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ever have fights?
Het u julle ooit beklei gehad of met mekaar beklei?
Nie waarvan ek kan onthou nie, behalwe die dag van Kate McKenzie se interview.
Not that I can remember besides the day of the interview of Mr. Gaten McKenzie.
So as far as you're concerned, you'll always had a good relationship.
So sover u weet, julle het altyd 'n goeie verhouding gehad.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Would the two of you ever confide in each other?
Sal u julle mekaar dinge sê?
I didn't get the question.
Would the two of them ever confide in
each other?
Het u met mekaar, miskien sy sal vir jou iets sê wat persoonlik is aan haar of so?
Definitief.
Yes, definitely.
Do you know the reason why accused number 3 grew up with your grandmother and not at home?
Weet u die rede hoekom het sy by die ouma groot geword het, nie by die huis nie?
Ja, ek weet.
Yes, I know.
Please tell us.
Kan u dan vir ons vertel?
So, my ouma het vir Kelly aangeneem toe sy nog baba was. Ek is nie seker hoe oud nie.
My grandmother took Kelly in when she was a baby, but I'm not sure at how old.
En dit is die rede hoekom sy by my ouma groot geword het en nie by my ma nie.
And that's the reason she grew up with my grandmother, not with my parents.
Do you know the reason why she grew up with your grandmother?
Weet u wat is die rede? Die rede daarvoor sy met julle groot geword het by die ouers huis en sy by die ouma groot geword het.
Soos ek nou gesê het, my ouma het vir Kelly aangeneem. Dit is hoekom sy by my ouma groot geword het.
As I've explained or said, my lord, that my grandmother adopted or took Kelly in, hence she did not grow up with us.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that she was adopted by her grandmother.
My instructies van my cliënt af is dat sy was aangeneem by die ouma.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
How would you describe the relationship between accused number 3 and your mom?
Hoe kan u dan die verhouding tussen u se ma en Kelly verduidelik?
Ek is nie baie, as my ma kom gewoonlik baie Saldanha toe.
My mother then comes often or a lot to Saldanha.
Waarvan ek nie saamkom nie.
Of which I don't come with or come along with him.
Want ek bly nie in Aggeneys by my ouers nie.
Because I don't reside in Aggeneys with my parents.
So ek weet nie hoe is die verhouding tussen hulle as sy hier kom nie.
So I don't know how is the relationship with between the two of them, which is decide.
Maar as Kelly by ons kom kuier het,
but when Kelly will come and visit by us,
dan het hulle 'n goeie verhouding.
Then they had a good relationship.
Volgens my.
According to me.
Now, on the 26th of February, when you spoke to my client, she told you that her child was in informal settlements.
Die tyd wat u se met haar gepraat het op die 26ste van die tweede maand en die tyd was sy vir u sê dat haar kind is by die plakkerskamp.
Is that correct?
Is dit korrek so?
Ja, toe ek met haar gepraat het op die 26ste, het sy gesê, my suster, my kind is in die plakkerskamp, iemand wil my kind verkoop, maar dis nou te heet in Saldanha, maar my kind is in die plakkerskamp.
Yes, that's correct. When I spoke with her or when I conversed with her on the 26th of February 2024, she said that my sister, my child is in the informal settlement and someone wants to sell my child, but it's too heated or Saldanha is a hot spot at the moment.
And after she told you that, you followed up with the question, where was the friends of her boyfriend on that day?
Nadat sy vir u dit vertel het, nee, of dit gehoor het, u dan vir haar gevra, waar was die vriende van die boyfriend gewees daardie dag?
Ek het gevra wie is die boyfriend se vriende wat daar was daardie dag.
I asked who are the names or who are the friends of the boyfriend that was there the day.
Was it not, okay, what was your reaction to her telling you that?
Wat was die eerste reactie na sy vir u dit gesê het?
Na sy wat gesê?
After she said what?
After she told you she believes that her child is at the informal settlements.
Nadat sy vir u gesê het dat sy glo dat haar kind is by die plankerskamp.
Dit is toe waar ek vir haar onmiddellik gevra het, wie is die vriende? Waar was sy? By wie het sy gewerk?
And that's when I asked her who are the friends, where was she and who was she working for?
Waar was die oudste seentjie?
And where was the eldest child?
En hoekom het sy nie vir Joshlin skool toe gestuur nie?
And why did she not send Joshlin to school?
Was your next question, or did you not immediately think to ask her, where did she get that information from?
En dan nie vir haar gevra nie, waar sy daar die informatie of daar die inligting gekry?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not.
You were not curious to find out how she knew that?
Wil nie uitgevind het waar sy daar die informatie gekry?
Ek wou.
I wanted to.
Maar toe ek vra, van waar was sy?
But when I asked her questions, where was she?
Nog voordat ek by die vraag kon uitkom,
but before I could get to the question,
oor waar sy die informatie kry,
asking where she get the information from,
het sy vir my gesê,
she told me that,
ek vra die vraag,
I'm asking the questions,
wat die polisie alreeds gevra het,
I'm asking the questions that the police officials was already asked.
Sy weet ek is 'n polisievrou.
She knows that I'm a policewoman.
So sy gaan nie.
So she is not.
Die vraag beantwoord nie.
She's not going to answer the question.
So you did ask her where she got that information?
No. No, Mr. Steveno. The witness answered she couldn't get to that point. She asked the other questions, and then of course the responses were as she indicated. So she couldn't get to the question of where your client got the information from.
Thank you, Madam.
Because you already told her, I'm not going to answer your questions further. I know you're a police official and we know the rest that was exchanged between them. Thank you.
Ma'am, what did you make of the statement that was made?
Wat het u dan gemaak van die ding of wat u gesê was?
Van wat is dit nou?
Of what now?
What Kelly or your sister had said to you that the child is now in an informal settlement. What did you think and make of that?
Wat het u gedink van wat sy vir u gesê het? Want sy moes ook vir u gesê dat die kind is in plankerskamp en die mense of iemand wil dat kan verkoop. Wat het u gedink of gemaak van dit?
Ek het daar, soos ek gesê het in my verklaring,
as I said in my statement,
het ek vir haar agterna weer 'n boodskap gestuur.
I sent her a message again afterwards.
En gebel.
En called.
Maar sy het my nie geantwoord nie.
But she didn't answer.
Want ek wil weet.
Because I wanted to know.
Waar vanaf kom die informatie?
Where does the information come from?
Did you think it was valuable information? Was it just a bunch of nonsense? What did you think?
Het u gedink dat die informatie is 'n belangrike informasie of dit was maar net ligsinnige informasie?
Op daardie oomblik,
at that time,
kon ek nie dink of dit valuable is.
At that time, I didn't think whether it was valuable or not.
Of net nonsense is nie.
Or nonsense.
Want daar was so baie stories wat daai tyd uitgekom het.
Because there was a lot of stories that came out at that time.
In verband met Joshlin se verdwyning.
Regarding Joshlin's disappearance.
So from your explanation, I understand that you didn't think much of it after you heard it.
So van deze verduidelijking en vat dat jy nie so ernstig kop te geneem nie.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
My instructions from accused number 3 is that she did not respond to all of your messages because her phone was constantly busy from other people who were phoning.
Die instructies wat ek kry van die kliënt af, sy sê dat sy die aan hierdie boodskappe geantwoord nie. Die rede daarvoor want sy het altyd oproep gekry van ander mense.
Okay.
Okay.
My instructions are that she, on the second occasion that you spoke to her,
My instructies is dat de tweede keer wat ek met haar gepraat het,
she was not happy and laughing as you say she was.
sy was nie gelukkig of gelag soos die gesê het nie.
Dit is nie die waarheid nie.
That's not the truth.
Want sy het heeltyd gelag
Because she was laughing all the time.
en gevertel van tyd te McKenzie wat vir Rhyn en Rachel klere gekoop het.
And told or said of Gator McKenzie that would Rhyn and Rachel clothes.
My instructions are that could not have happened because at that time when she spoke to you, she had not seen Gator McKenzie as well.
Sy sê dit kon nie so gebeur nie, want die tyd dan het sy die Gator McKenzie gesien of ontmoet nie.
Dit is wat daai dag gebeur het oor die foon.
That is what happened on that day over the phone.
Soveel so dat my niggie van wie se foon af ek gebel het,
Further, she said from the phone that I used with my cousin,
by my gesit het en gehoor het
and they said by me and also her,
hoe Kelly gelag het.
how Kelly was laughing and laughed.
My instructions are that you tell the court that she did indicate to you that she believed that Joshlin was still in an informal settlement, and she also told you that that was her motherly instinct. It was just a feeling that she had.
Sorry, can you please repeat that, sir?
She will tell the court that she did tell you that she believed Joshlin was in an informal settlement, and that was a motherly instinct or feeling which she had.
My instructies said dat sy selfs in die jaar sy vir u gesê dat sy het gevoel dat Joshlin is in 'n blinkerskamp, maar sy het 'n moedergevoel gehad dat sy's daar. Dit was sy gesê vir.
Kelly het niks gesê van 'n moederlike instink nie.
Kelly did not say anything about motherly instinct.
Haar presiese woorde is:
Her actual or precise words were,
my suster,
my sister,
my kind is in die plakkerskap.
my child is in the informal settlement.
Iemand wil my kind verkoop,
Someone wants to sell my child,
maar dis se hitte in Saldanha.
but Saldanha is a hot spot.
Maar my kind is in Saldanha.
But my child is in Saldanha.
Sy het niks genoem van 'n moederlike instink nie.
She mentioned nothing, or said nothing about the motherly instincts.
I'm instructed that you had also made a TikTok video where you had stated that accused number 3 had sold her child Joshlin.
Die instructies, ek het die instructies gekry dat een TikTok video gemaakt om te sê dat my kliënt die kan verkoop.
Ek het nog nooit 'n TikTok video gemaak waar ek gesê het dat my suster haar kind verkoop het nie.
I never or I will not make a TikTok video where I say that my sister sold her child.
I'm instructed that when you were confronted about it by Zulfa,
My instructies is dat hy was in Saldanha geconfronteer het.
you had denied ever making the video.
U het dit ontken dat u 'n video gemaak het.
So Soos ek gesê het, die 26ste. Sulfa het vir my gebel die 26ste.
As I said that on the 26th, Zulfa called me.
Ek het nie die nommer geken nie.
I did not know the number.
Ek was by die polisiestasie
I was at the police station.
besig om verklaring A12 te skryf
Busy writing a 12 statement.
wat Sulfa my gebel het.
When Zulfa called me.
Sy het vir my gesê sy sit langs Kelly
She told me that she's sitting next to Kelly or besides Kelly.
en dat hulle 'n TikTok video kyk
And that they are watching a TikTok video.
wat ek sopas gesê het Kelly het haar kind verkoop.
Where I said that Kelly sold her child.
Maar dit is nie die waarheid nie.
But that's not the truth.
Want soos ek sê,
As I said,
ek was by die polisiestasie
I was at the police station.
om verklaring A12 te skryf.
I was busy all making, writing a 12 statement.
I'm instructed that when you were questioning her about how it turned out that Joshlin disappeared, she was getting angry and frustrated.
I didn't get the question.
It's my instruction that when she was being questioned about Joshlin's disappearance by the witness, she was getting angry and frustrated.
Sê, die eerste Saldanha, dit was nie van sê, dit is een kwart woord en dit verstaan.
Dis korrek. Sy was besig om kwaad te raak.
Yes, that's correct, she was getting angry.
And she will tell the court the reason that she reacted that way is because she was continuously being asked the same thing over and over again, and her main aim was to find a child, and she knew it was urgent.
Sy sê dat dit was die soort of so basis van sy kwart woord van sy aan mekaar dieselfde woorde gevra. Dus dit was die soort van ek sy wil net aan kan gekry.
Okay.
Okay.
My Lord, may I approach?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, did accused number 3 ever tell you about what was said to her by a medium by the name of Johan?
Het die mevrouw die wiskunde van de goed voor u gezien wat de medium aan haar gesê het? Wat is de naam van de medium?
Johan.
Johan.
Nee.
No.
Thank you, my Lord. I have nothing further.
Just before you end your cross-examination, because you might have a question as a result of my question to clarify, and then you can take your final instructions. Let me just ask a question. So you spoke to Kelly at 5:21 on the 26th.
Ian het Kelly gepraat op die 26 van die 2de maand, 5 minute voor 1.
Dis korrek, die regbare.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Now, at that stage, it was 1 week after the disappearance of your niece.
Op daai tyd was 'n week na die verdwyning van Joshlin.
Dis korrek, die regbare.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Now we know that at that stage it was still an inquiry, a missing persons inquiry.
On weet nog op daardie tyd nie, was nog nie, so was inquiries gedoen, navraag.
Ja, eerlagbare.
Yes, my lord.
That same afternoon,
Dieselfde middag,
you were recording a statement
u het 'n verklaring geskryf.
Dis korrek,
at the
eerlagbare.
police station.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Why did you do that?
Can you please repeat that, my lord?
Why did you think it's necessary to record in a statement the conversation you had with your sister?
Dan hoekom het u dan gesien dat dit was nodig geweest om 'n verklaring in eers te skryf van die gesprek wat julle gehad het?
Ek was in kontak gewees met die polisie van Vredenburg
I was in contact with police officials from Friedenberg.
en hulle het gesê ek moet 'n verklaring gaan skryf
They said that I must write a statement
en dit vir hulle stuur, eerlagbare.
and I must send it to them, my lord.
So, after you spoke to her, as I said, you told us it was 5 to 1. Did you call the police from Vredenburg? We know it was FCS at the time, and they were based in Vredenburg. And they were still the investigating officers at that time, because I've heard other evidence. Did you call them, or did they contact you?
Nadat u het gesê ek moes al 5 minute voor 1 minuut gepraat nie. Ek weet dat hulle is die mense wat die ondersoek gedoen het van FCS se kant af en hulle gekontak.
Hulle het vir my gekontak, eerlagbare.
They contacted me, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. May I take an
Certainly. Ms. Nkabai, I saw you. I'm going to give you an opportunity now.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, just on the issue of this person, Johan, I'm instructed that accused number 3 attempted or did call you but did not get hold of you, and thereafter sent a voice note to your mum asking her to inform you as well about what Johan had said.
Van die Johan persoon nie, as my kliënt het vir u probeer te kontak my, maar sy kon nie vir u kry nie. Dus sy dan 'n voice note vir u moeder gestuur om te verduidelik, om te sê wat die medium van haar gesê het aan die Johan, en sy het ook gevra dat u moeder moet vir u sê.
Eerlagbare, ek ken nie 'n storie van Johan nie. Eerlik.
My lord, I don't know of a story of Johan.
You say you were in
Maybe she heard the story, but not the name. So if you want to ask the witness to tell her what the content was, then she might have heard it somewhere, but not knowing it's a medium called Johan that created the narrative. Just whilst the witness is here, she might know or might not.
Did you ever hear of your client or accused number 3 saying to any person that she was informed that Joshlin was on a boat on the way to West Africa?
Ek het gehoor van 'n storie waar die het gesê dat Joshlin is in pad aan West Africa toe op 'n boot.
Nee, eerlagbare.
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. My lady, is just a follow-up question on the court's clarifying questions. The recordings you've taken, where did you take them to?
Further recording system.
What recordings are there?
You just said that when your sister was speaking with you, you took recordings. That's what you said.
No. No, Zikawai. She never spoke about any recordings that she took.
Can the court help me?
It was the WhatsApp messages or the Facebook Messenger messages that she provided to the state. She never said anything about recordings, unless I would have missed that.
That means I didn't hear the court correctly when the court was saying, when did you take the recordings when you were speaking with your sister? Maybe I didn't take that correctly. Why did you have to take recordings when you were speaking with your sister?
No.
My apologies.
The questions I posed was because I noticed that A12 that you referred to earlier was in fact written down in a statement. So there was a recordal of that in a statement. That's maybe where you could have picked up something about the recording.
Thank you, my lord. Okay, thank you. The person who told you that my client was there, when you say there, where was they?
The person that you said that there is not,
Dit was the Kelly's hokkie.
By Kelly's shack.
Did this person tell you the time when my client was seen there? The time and the date?
Did die persoon vir u die datum gegee en die tyd wanneer u daar was?
Nee, sy het nie vir my die datum of die tyd gegee nie.
No, she did not give me the date nor the time.
Maar ek het vir haar gevra wie was op daardie spesifieke dag daar.
But I did ask her who was there on the specific day.
When you say specific day, which date was that?
As u sê daar is spesifieke dag, van watter datum daar is van?
Die dag toe Joshlin weggeword het.
The day that Joshlin disappeared.
It is not in dispute that my client was at Kelly Smith residence on the 19th of February 2024, but it was later in the day, around about 1 o'clock. That is not in dispute. What is in dispute is that he has seen Joshlin or any of Kelly's children.
Dat het verskil dat my kliënt was daar gewees, maar dit was na die dag gewees en ek wil sê dat my kliënt het nie vir Joshlin daar gesien.
And you cannot have a comment on that?
Ek kan nie kommentaar maak.
Kan u gewoon net weer die vraag herhaal?
Can you please repeat the question?
Thank you. My client instructs me that he doesn't dispute the fact that on the 19th of February 2024, he was at Kelly Smith residence. He was there later in the afternoon around 1 o'clock. That is on the 19th of February 2024. But what he disputes is that on that day and at that time he has seen Kelly's children.
Okay.
Now I'm saying you cannot have a comment on this because you were not on that residence on that day.
Dus hoekom ek gevra het vir Kelly wie was daar, wie is die vriende wat daar was en sy het gesê die kliënt was daar op daardie dag.
That is the reason that I asked Kelly who was there on that day, and that's when Kelly mentioned that your client was there on that day.
I was putting to you my client's version, ma'am. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Swanepoel, any re-examination?
What you were asked about the messages and keeping the messages, were you requested to keep or find the messages on your phone? That was the conversation between you and Kelly.
Van die vraag waar u gevra was oor die boodskappe van WhatsApp en van Facebook Messenger, was u gevra om dan die boodskappe te hou of om te stuur, aan te stuur?
Ek was gevra om die boodskappe te hou.
I was asked to keep the messages.
And do you still have them available?
Het u nog steeds daar die boodskappe?
Ek het.
Yes, I do.
And is my understanding correctly that A125, that statement, specifically deals with those different messages, the dates, the times, as you had it?
Verstaan ek vir u reg dat die verklaring A125, dit is spesifiek oor daardie boodskappe, datums en wanneer u dit gekry het?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you were asked specifically whether, did you not think that this whole conversation that you had on the 26th of February, that was important?
Hier was dan ook gevra, en nie gedink hierdie gesprek wat jy gehad het op die 26e van die tweede maand 2024 was nie belangrik nie.
And you specifically said that there were so many stories going around. You did not know at the time how to judge it. Is my understanding correct?
Verstaan ek vir u reg, u het ook geantwoord om te sê, daar was so baie stories uit of na die tyd, so jy het nie geweet nie wat die was belangrik om wat om te doen.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you inform anybody about that conversation and what accused number 3 told you about?
Ms. Swanepoel, the witness already said she made a statement on the same day.
I know, my Lord. If you will just bear with me. I'm just trying to understand the follow-up answer to that. Maybe I can ask it this way. Can you explain how the police in Vredenburg knew to contact you in order to make that statement?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik hoe het die polisiebeampte in Vredenburg geweet om vir u in kontak te bly of in kontak te wees met u?
Ek weet nie waar het hulle my nommer gekry nie, maar die aand toe bel hulle my en toe sê hulle net ek moet verklaringkie gaan skryf.
I don't know how they could hold or where they got my number from, but that evening they contacted me, they called me to say that I must make a statement.
En dit is toe vir A12 gaan skryf.
And that's how I went A12.
You were not audible. Is that microphone still working?
That microphone.
No, I could hear what the witness was saying.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, my Lord. This reference to the video that Zulfa phoned you about in this video on TikTok, I understand you to say that you never made such a video.
De video van TikTok was Zulfa in contact was met die verband met dit. U verstaan nie woord vir u sê dat u die video gemaak nie.
Ek het nie 'n video gemaak nie.
I did not make a video.
Did you request for a copy of that video?
Het u gevra 'n kopie van die video?
Nee, ek het nie.
No, I did not.
Yeah. Yes, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
The fact that one has the right to ask questions doesn't mean you have to ask questions. Anything else?
Am I allowed to just ask one question, my lord?
If the question is admissible. You may ask the question as long as it's an admissible question. We're dealing with re-examination, not evidence in chief.
It was put to you that case number 3 couldn't get hold of you, so she had sent a message to your mom's phone. You said that you are unaware of the story about Joshlin being on a boat. Did you receive, was any information given to your mother at all?
How would
that
you know?
Of?
How would she know that? She already said she's unaware of it and she's never heard the story at all.
I have nothing further, thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Witness may be excused.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, and safe travels back to Apollis.
Thank you, Mayor.
The next witness available.
My lord, unfortunately the next witness has a very small baby and she needs to make arrangements for somebody to take care of that baby. She has indicated that she can be at 1 o'clock. It's 22 minutes past 12 at this stage.
So, it's now 22 minutes past 12. Let us take an earlier lunch and adjournment. And then we take it till 20 past 1. So we take the hour from now until 20 past 1. Then at least we can potentially complete her testimony today. Because I'm aware that I was told last week that the lunch for the accused arrives at about 1:45, around about there. And then there's a 35 minutes. Give or take. So 25 past 1 because I've taken up another 2 minutes. And then we'll run for the afternoon. I don't want any stop and goes. Right. Court adjourned.
not be shown, and that is specifically with regards to safety reasons, her own safety and security. I did canvass the issue with her as to social media, but to which she said she is on Facebook, but she still requests that she not be shown for safety reasons. And she's a civilian, of course.
A civilian person.
She's a civilian person.
And what will be the gist of her evidence?
It would relate to what she herself observed the night prior to the disappearance, Sunday night.
And she's not been in the media at all in relation to this case. She hasn't been in the media at all in relation to this case.
No, not at all.
Yes, Mr. Harms, anything from your side as to the images of the witness being shown?
I will abide by the court's decision. I have no submission to make.
Ms. Gabai?
Thank you, my lord. I have no comment.
Mr. Signaran?
Thank you, my lord. I have no address.
I'm going to make a ruling that the images of the witness not be shown at this stage. May be a decision that I may revisit as we go along, but you may call the witness then.
Die getuige het gevra dat haar gesig nie gewys op die skerm is nie en die rede daarvoor sy het gesê sy is op Facebook, maar sy het vra net dat haar gesig moet op die skerm gewys word, op die kameras moet op haar wees nie. Sy het Facebook, maar die prokureur sê dat hulle gaan nie 'n probleem met haar het nie, so haar gesig gaan nie op die skerm gewys word nie.
And for the sake of the defense, she filed an affidavit which was marked A10. There was also an annexure 1 to A10, a correction, and then an additional affidavit A99.
Yes, thank you. The witness may be sworn in.
Give your full names to the court. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? No. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am. I believe that your mother tongue is Setswana.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. So you may proceed in Setswana. The interpreter is here specifically to assist you.
So, my lord, I just want to ask because it's going to be from Setswana, English, Setswana, and Afrikaans. So,
where is Mr. Blau? There. All right. So, Mr. Blau is currently seated behind the accused. So, we'll do a three-way translation between the two interpreters. It's already been sorted.
So, and Mr. Blue kumara ko kwale na tsonga ai tshukse ko African singika go bale tlo bo go ha go o eme le ke bua and then wena go go kamera mo o kono.
Okay.
Understood, my lord.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Wanapu.
As the court pleases, my lord. Madam, is it correct that you reside in Middelbos, Saldanha?
I will consider Corona Middelbos, Saldanha. Yes, that's correct.
And where do you work currently?
Right now,
at the moment, I'm not working, my lord.
Is it correct that you did work as a volunteer and a volunteer teacher at the school, New Friedenberg High School in Friedenberg at some stage?
Yes, that's correct.
You are no longer working there at this stage.
Yes, I don't work there any longer.
So, on Sunday, the 18th of February 2024, on that evening, you witnessed an incident. I would like you to, in your own words, tell us what happened that night.
Sontaga ka di 18 tsa February ka jara ya 2024 go na le seo se se boneng ne re kopa gore wena o re bolele ka ntlo ga go kgotsa wena o bone eng.
Okay, late ka Sunday.
Late on Sunday.
Ka lona tsatsi leo ke bone Kelly a goga ngwana.
On that Sunday, on that particular day, I saw Kelly pulling the child.
Le bana ne argument ena le obutinyana o mongwe le bantse ka le bararo.
She was having an argument with a certain gentleman. It was 3 of them.
Hang on there. Let's just get this from the start. So, at what time was this incident?
Late kaboma 7 or 8.
It was later around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
And what were you doing?
I was passing by where they were.
Where were you going to?
I was going to cut my hair.
Now when you say you were passing by, what were you passing by?
Just one moment before the witness answers. Ms. Mkabai.
I didn't hear the part. Where was she going to?
I was on the way to cut my hair. Cut my lord.
So we are not doing the Afrikaans translation amplified. Mr. Blow is sitting right behind the accused and he's doing the Afrikaans translation to them so that they can follow. Yes. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord. So the question was, what were you passing by?
How do you
hit mo purchasing between Kelly
I was passing by a passage between Kelly's house, my lord, and where people were seated.
And this Kelly that you're referring to, who is that?
Kelly
Mama Joshlin.
Joshlin's mother.
Did you know her at that stage?
I know
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Okay, so we now know you're passing in this passage. It's Kelly's house. Who do you see at Kelly's house?
More purchasing and Kelly nearly come. It's on like a left. And come on a need Sheila Lematlapa.
Okay. My lord, I was going past Kelly's house. It was on the side, the witness shows with a hand, on the left hand side. And on the other hand, there was dirt or rubbish there and stones, my lord.
Yes, and what did you see?
Kelly
I I saw Kelly having an argument with another gentleman. I think, or I would assume that it's her partner.
Yes.
ne ba argue ka Afrikaans so ne ke sa itse nka se khona tlhalosa gore ne ba reng ne ba bua ka Afrika.
Okay, they were arguing in Afrikaans, my lord, so I won't be able to explain or say what was it about.
Did you hear those Afrikaans words or a sentence?
Ke mo tlile ha tlo tsamaya go gangwana a re exile your face.
I only heard when the child was taken, my lord, and said that "Ekhan your face, I'm going to show you."
All right, so you're passing by, you see they're having an argument. What do you see then?
Ke bone Kelly a go gangwana yo kena le na ka mkhukhu.
I saw Kelly pulling the child, my lord, and getting into the shack.
Is it at that time?
I saw Kelly pulling the child and getting into the shack with the child.
And at what time did you hear these words, Axel jou wys?
I can show you that's why I care after 7 before 8.
I'm not sure, my lord, hence I'm saying after 7 before 8.
No, I'm sorry, my question wasn't clear enough.
It should have been at what stage?
Yes, at what stage, not time. My apologies. At what stage did you hear her say, Axel jou wys?
That is the time that she was pulling the child, my lord, and going to the house, moving away from them.
And which child was this?
Joshlin.
The child was Joshlin.
And did you see anything that Joshlin was doing at the time?
Nya ke bona la go ba mgoga o shile flop e pink ko morago e ba e bontsha mmago.
Bua gape ma?
Na go mmago mgoga o shile flop e pink ko morago e ba e bontsha mmago.
Okay. That time, my lord, the mother was pulling her. She left behind a pink flop, my lord, and she showed it to the mother.
When you refer to a pink flop, what is that?
How did that flop pink? How about flop pinky flop pink?
Ke sandal.
A sandal.
All right. And when you say she showed it to the mother, was it who's the she that showed it to the mother?
How do I want some mouth? Give man want some mouth.
Get Joshlin.
And when Joshlin was now showing the pink flop to the mother, did the mother do anything about that?
No, she just continued and pulling her and went to the shack.
How? Where was this man that you say you presume it was the partner. Where was he?
Monna o no re o no nagana gore ke monna ga kgotsa motho go na le ga ene.
Le antse mo matlapeng le batho ba bang ba babedi.
He was seated, my lord, by the stones, or by the stones with other two persons.
Could you see what they were doing?
No kgona go bona gore ba dirang.
Ka re ne ba shwatla something. Ne ba shwatla something. Ne ba le busy ka something ka re ditsipinyana so.
My lord said that we were busy with something grinding or busy with something like iron, something with salt, my lord.
And do you know who Kelly said these words to? Ek gaan jou wys.
Weet jy gore maina go tla botse ke nna di go gore ek gaan jou wys o na go go maso.
Ke mone motho mo le letsenya.
Yes, I saw the person she was directing those words to.
Who was that?
Nele mama.
Le boyfriend ta gae ke tse bitso la.
It was her boyfriend, my lord, but I don't know the name.
All right. Now, when Kelly now was dragging Joshlin and entering the house, did you hear anything further happening in that house?
Yaka obona Kelly akoga Joshlin ba tsena mo tlhong gona le se 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 ga controla sentlo.
Utlile sound nkare go ba dijana di pizza.
I heard sounds like pots and dishes are falling around my room.
Anything else?
No.
And what did you make of this?
Ke le ka nagana o lwa le nna ne ke nagana ke monna gae o lwa le monna gae o ntshetsa dintwa tsa bona mo waneng.
I thought my lord she was fighting with her husband, or I thought it was her husband, and she's taking out those frustrations onto the child.
Except for the sound of the falling pots or dishes, did you hear anything further there that night?
None.
All right. When you say that the boyfriend was sitting there with other two persons, can you tell the court the other two persons, were they male, were they female, where were they sitting?
O ne a dutse mo gare o mongwe o buti a dutse ka mo o mongwe nkare ke o buti a dutse ka mo ke bone ka matswele hela gore ke mosadi.
Can I ask the witness to repeat, my lord?
Ke bone nna le nna ntse mo gare a bona ne.
He was seated in the middle.
O mongwe a ntse ka mo wa o buti.
And the gentleman was seated on the other side.
And then o mongwe le nkare mosimane that time ke bone ka matswele gore ke mo.
The other one looked as if it's male at that particular time, my lord, but I just saw the bust or the breast like the female.
So she...
Fortunately, I couldn't make out what was said now.
Yes.
The person was seated in the middle, and the other one was seated on the other side. And there was also another person. I thought that it was male. It was a male person, but it was female, and that's because I saw the breast of the bust.
understanding is it's the boyfriend sitting in the middle of a male and a female, although the female looked like a male to you but had bust.
Yes, that's correct.
So is my understanding correct? You saw this happening, heard this happening, you passed and you went to the salon to have your hair cut.
Yes.
Now when you were finished there, did you return on the same route back to your house?
No.
Why not?
Correct. As in the informal settlement, my lord, and when I was returning, it was dark.
The next day was the 19th of February. We know that Joshlin was reported missing on that day. On the 20th, which was the Tuesday, that is the day when you realized the disappearance of Joshlin. Tell us about that.
Right, in the 19th of February, Joshlin on that day, I was at the school where I was volunteering.
And then reception yakwan ibitso la hae ke Kelly.
And the receptionist there, her name is Kelly as well.
Kelly umpiditse a re tla o bona ona le ngwana le tlhileng kolong.
Kelly called me and said, come and see, there's a child that has disappeared in your area, from your area.
We left it on Ponsa photo.
And after a while, she was showing me the picture.
And
I said, this child's mother must tell the truth as to where the child is, because this child did not disappear.
I just want to understand, when you say Kelly was showing you a picture, how did she show you a picture?
How did Kelly nakuonsa sinepe yang?
Saldanha.
She's in a group here in Saldanha.
What group?
Group here
social media group.
It's a social media group.
All right. So in what format did you see this picture?
And then with alert sona.
It was a child's photo. At the bottom it was written alert.
Was it a printed photo?
My lord, I don't know how to explain a photo that is on social media. I don't know how to explain it.
But it was a photo on social media. The picture that was shown to me, my lord, it was in the group of the Saldanha group, my lord. Was it on the phone, on a tablet, or in paper form?
On the phone, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Now, when you saw the photo on the phone, what did you see? What did you think?
How no one has never seen when no nahana
Kile ngwana ola a se ngwana e leng gore o ka mmona wa se le le la mathomo ke mmona mama ya mkoga so a se ngwana e leng gore o ka re mmontshwa wa se bone gore ke ola ke mmoneng tsatsi.
My Lord, on the day that I saw the child with the mother, it was my first time seeing that child on that particular day. But it's not to say that when you are shown something, you won't know. And I saw the picture and said, this is the child that I saw on that particular day.
So this was a photo of whom?
Joshlin.
Joshlin's picture.
And do I understand you correctly that your reaction was, I said, this child's mother must tell the truth because she knows where she is.
Yes, that's what I said.
Now,
Just one moment. Ms. Mkabai.
My Lord, the evidence of the witness is clouded with leading questions from the state. I listened the first one. On the 20th, you heard about the missing child. Now he's saying, if I hear you correctly, you said this is the picture of the child. That is not the way you lead the witness. The witness must tell us exactly the events of that day, not for my friend, learned colleague, to suggest answers to the witness.
Ms. Mkabai, the statement put by the prosecutor to the witness now was from the witness's own earlier testimony here, when she said she was at school where she was volunteering. There was a teacher with the name of Kelly, and Kelly showed her the picture, and that's when she made the remark on seeing the picture. I had to turn one page back. That was the 27th question posed to the witness.
I didn't hear the last part, my Lord. That was the?
What the prosecutor now had relayed, which was leading, which is correct, it was leading, but it was a repetition of the witness's own evidence. And the answer she gave was to the 27th question the prosecutor had posed to her. And I specifically referred back to my note because I don't think I heard the last part of the evidence the first time. So I had to check back.
Thank you, my Lord. But it is not in the evidence of the witness that the child got missing on the 20th or that she heard that the child got missing on the 20th of February 2024. That was not in this witness evidence in chief. She has never mentioned that.
The prosecutor started out the question by saying, we are aware that the child was reported missing on the 19th, and then she took the witness to the 20th.
I didn't understand it like that, my Lord, but I'll leave it for argument. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my Lord. So what I wanted to know is, your remark that you made when you saw this photograph. Why did you make that remark? What did you understand? Why did you say, this mother must tell the truth, she knows where the child is?
So se ke batla go se itse go nna ke batla go tswa mo go wena ke gore jaaka no bontsha senepe se bone go ntse foto e wa o bua gore mwa mo ntse go bua nnete o itse gore ngwana o ka ngwana galatlha gore no bua ya go tsa wena no tlhaloganya
ke ka mokgwa ke boneng a lwa le ntate wa ngwana.
That's how I saw she was arguing or fighting with the child's father.
And
also the words that were uttered that I will show you in your voice.
Maybe
and I thought, or what came to my mind is that maybe the child was hurt in some way or something mistakenly happened. That it was my thinking, my Lord.
Now your realization that this child that you saw on the Sunday is now missing, reported missing. Did you report this to anybody?
Ke ne bolela nje batho ba batlana le ngwana ke bona ba ne ke ya go bona ke botsoro le nane le di ka ngwana na le ba halang ka ngwana.
Okay, but when ba batla ngwana my Lord, I will go to people that were searching or looking for the child. Do you have any leads of the child? Was the child found?
I'm sorry, my Lord. I did not hear the beginning of that reply. May I just ask that the interpreter just repeat it, please? I'm sorry.
My Lord, I went to people that were looking or for searching for the child, and I asked if there are any leads or has a child been found.
Thank you. And when was this?
Maybe well, I'm not sure about the days.
But you asked people, community members, yes, whether there were any leads and if the child was found, yes?
Yes, I was asking around there.
All right, and then?
Until
I also spoke with the other gentlemen that were wearing reflectors that were also looking for the child. Neighbor? Okay. And I was called by another lady, my Lord, that is my neighbor where I reside. Oh, sorry, my Lord, correction. The sister of the neighbor. Then I asked if there any leads or if there anything that was found regarding the child. And they say that they went by the beach side and a pink flip-flop was found. And Kelly uttered the words by saying, a child don't have pink flip-flops.
But I'm not following. So the witness she's following up with people in the know, spoke to the neighbor's sister. Now where does the pink flip-flops now come in? It would be helpful if you lead the witness. There is a manner how counsel leads a witness. Because we're going to go and have to come back here to the same spot in the evidence. Because clearly, I take it, counsel had consulted with the witness.
Yes.
Take it a step back. Witness is asking around. Yes, Ms. Swan.
As the court pleases, my lord. Your conversation at school with Kelly when she showed you the photograph, we know that happened on the Tuesday, the 20th of February.
Yes.
Now, this that you were following up and asking around, and this conversation that you had even with the sister of the neighbor, and when you now learn about this pink flip-flop that was found, was that on the same day as you had the conversation with Kelly, or was it on a later day? And do you know when?
Okay, I heard that on another day, my lord, not on the day that Kelly showed you the picture.
Right. You made an affidavit to Colonel Sibola.
When I will can you please repeat the surname?
Sibola.
Or Reverend Sibola. I can't remember it was which colonel.
Okay. That was done on a specific day. It was and I'm going to put it to you, it was the 22nd of February 2024.
So 22 February 2024.
It was the evening, 25 minutes past 10.
25 minutes past 10.
Was it on that very same day that you heard about this pink flip-flop and you had this conversation?
Yes, it's on that day.
Thank you. And now I just want to understand. So you heard that a pink flip-flop was found, and then Kelly uttered the words that the child does not have pink flip-flops. Which Kelly is this that said that?
I'm talking about the child's mother.
And did you yourself hear her saying that?
No.
So, how do you know that?
I heard from my neighbor's sister.
Oh.
Is the neighbor's sister going to be called?
My Lord, I don't even know who the neighbour's sister is. I can ask the witness if she knows the name.
Of course you would have known when you led the witness now you were going to lead inadmissible hearsay evidence because you would have consulted with the witness.
Jesus, my Lord. Now, did you, at a later stage, or at the time when you made this affidavit on the 22nd of February 2024, that is the affidavit as well as the annexure thereto, did you at that stage know the other people, in other words, the boyfriend and then the man and the lady sitting next to them? Did you know them? Did you indicate that? Did you know them?
Ya no sé si cuenta José, si kana kono dira statement sa José kan no ni tsa sa normal. Kana go ene a boyfriend da ga ni kaula gagwe le batho ba no bantsi.
Au.
No.
Did you at that stage indicate that you will be able to recognize them if you see them again?
Yes.
And were you then at any stage able to recognize them and declare that, make such a statement?
I keep a statement as I'm statement
my Lord, after I made a statement, I was not able to then or show them, my Lord.
Did you see the people later on TV?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
nako e ke ba bona ne go na le la ausinyana o ile gore na se teng mo ne ile ausinyana o ke reng ka re le mosima a botsa ka mosima nako ke ba bona ne ba le bararo ba ntse matlapeng.
When I saw them, my Lord, it was 3 of them seated on the stones.
But nako ke ba bona ko TV ne go na le la ausinyana o mo ke sa metsing.
But when I saw them on the television, I saw a lady that I did not know or did not recognize.
Did you recognize any when you saw them on TV?
I recognized the child's mother, the gentleman that she was arguing with, and the other two that were seated with the gentleman.
So this television image that you saw, do you know where it was taken?
Sorry, my Lord, can you please repeat that, my Lord?
The television images that she saw, does the witness know where it was taken?
Television,
Hakai. The Baba, the photos of them, it's a book for Fredenberg.
The photos, my Lord, was images from Fredenberg Court.
was it then that you could recognize who these people were?
Yes.
And who were they?
It was Kelly.
boyfriend ya Kelly.
Kelly's boyfriend.
Ditsala tsa bona tse pedi wa mosimane le wa mosetsana.
And there are two friends, the female and the male.
I didn't get the last bit.
It was Kelly, Kelly's boyfriend, the two friends, which is the female and the male.
So I just want to check. The four people in the television images, were those the four people that appeared in the Vredenburg court?
That you saw. When I saw the news, I saw the four that I knew, or the four that I recognized.
Can you give us an indication of when that was that you saw those four people?
No, I can't remember.
In relation to when your affidavit about that was taken, can you give us an idea? Was it on the same day as your affidavit to explain that was taken, or in relation to that date? Can you give us an idea?
Do we know when that affidavit was taken? We know about the one on the 22nd of February 2024 that you referred to earlier.
Indeed, my lord. The affidavit that I'm referring to is the one that is marked A99, and that was taken on the 6th of August 2024. I'm merely asking whether the witness can give us an idea as to, in relation to that date, how long after or before this affidavit was taken did she? That's what I'm trying to determine.
So se le ke batla go supa bona gore o ba bone kgotsa ka le go fofo go na go na ka statement go ba go tshoneletsa ka statement.
Ke ba bone
after we talk about the statement. No, my lord, I saw them after I've given the statement.
Yes, let there not be any misunderstanding. You made the statement on the 22nd of February that was taken by Colonel Sebola. And then there was an additional affidavit, which is A99, that was taken and commissioned by Sangozi, a member of the investigating team. So I'm asking, in relation to that statement, which was taken in August, the 6th of August, in relation to that, when was it that you saw the four people on the TV and you were able to say, those are the four people that I saw at Kelly's house that Sunday?
ga ke fa statement se sa bobedi ne setse ke ba bone mo TV.
My lord, when I gave the second statement, my lord, I've already seen them on the television.
And do you know perhaps...
Just one moment. You've posed another question that the witness has not answered yet.
My Lord, I'm sorry, I can't...
You've posed another question that the witness has not answered yet. When you asked in relation to the statement, when did you see them? So, just to rephrase, can you recall how long before you made this statement did you see them on television?
My Lord, I'm not sure about the date because I'll be there listening to the court. I'm not sure about the date.
Thank you.
May I take it one step further? Do you know the names? Did you hear the names of those people?
Thank you. I would really mother. Like wait.
I've heard the names, my Lord, but I don't know the names.
Right. The reason why I'm asking specifically is there were two different females. So, and I see you nod your head. Can you give us an indication as to which female it was that you are referring to?
Like,
the one that I'm referring to, or I'm talking about, is the one that looked like a male person. The person also had a cut.
When you say a cut?
Short hair.
Short hair. Thank you. Thank you, my Lord. That's the evidence of this witness.
Mr. Harmson. Certainly. Maybe if counsel for accused number 2 and 3 want to take instructions, you can also do that now. Yes.
The witness is representing the court of youth.
I am sorry.
The witness said that she left it when she was seated in the room, my Lord.
Oh. So it's in the witness room?
I'll just go fetch the water for the witness, my Lord.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Harmse.
Thank you, my lord. Madam, on that Sunday, as I understood your evidence, you were walking now there and you described it between a passage. Is it correct if I say I understand that passage is passing a lot of rocks? Are there rocks next to that passage?
Yes.
Now, the direction that you were walking, you're living in that area. There's a road somewhere there, there's a canal. Are you familiar with that?
Can you please repeat that, sir?
In that area there, where the rocks are, we have been there. There's a canal and there's a road, a tar road. Is that the area that she can agree with me? The passage, the rocks, there's a canal and there's a tar road a little bit further on.
Yes.
You know, when you were walking, I just want to make 100% sure, were you walking, when you were passing the rocks, were they on your left-hand side or were they on your right-hand side?
On the right-hand side. The witness also shows with a show hand.
So then it would be correct to say, it would be correct to say that the rocks were on your right-hand side. Were you coming from the tar road, reach the canal, and then entering the informal settlement area?
That's if she came from the tar road. That's if she came from the tar road.
So I'm just trying to get the direction that she was walking straight. She was walking through a passage and there were rocks.
Yeah, but when you put her that of the canal, that's only when she comes from Rupos Road.
Yes.
But if the rocks would be on her right and she had come through past their house and the rocks would be on the right and go past Ayanda and Rence's house, it would be different. So maybe you must just first set the scene.
I understand. So, what his lordship has now explained to me is that it would seem you were walking through the shacks in the direction of the road. Is that correct?
I was coming direction from the houses of Drywood. Getting into the shacks or into the formal settlement, my lord. That's where I went to do my hair.
Okay,
so let's that album that we were that we used at the inspection. Mr. Rhyn still had to clear up something in the album. Did you take instructions on the album of the inspection? Remember, you still had one issue that you wanted to clear up on the album before it was handed in.
Yes, my lord. I just had to go through the album, my lord. I have perused it and I have no...
You've got no objection. So why don't we do the following? Why don't we get the album in?
Thank you, my lord.
Then it might assist Mr. Harmse. I haven't seen the pictures, but then you might want to take the witness to the pictures.
My lord, yes, I could show her the pictures if my...
Because that will then be Exhibit S. And these are pictures of when we were at the inspection. So it would be easy to take the witness to...
There's a photo 19, my lord, and a photo 20, and a photo 22 of rocks.
That might clear it up very quickly. Say 19, 20, yeah, there we go. There we go, so it makes it easy. And she might even look at some of the other photographs as well. That might assist.
Maybe I can just ask her another question before I do that, just to establish something else.
Just a moment. I just need to get this marking right of the exhibit. So it's Exhibit S. It consists of
S for Sierra.
S for Sarah, for Sierra. It's got a sworn statement from the Mr. Pieterse, whom we saw at the Warrant Officer Pieterse at the inspection. It has a key to the photographs. It has the measurements. Those at the inspection would have seen Mr. Pieterse walking with his wheel and measuring, so it gives us the measurements from that, and it has a total of 65 still photographs.
Indeed.
I just thought, Mr. Arnse, that it might assist. Just look at the pictures, and the witness can help us.
Well, that's been handed up.
It's now formally admitted as an exhibit, so now you can use it any way you wish. What we can do is, I can take a short 5-minute adjournment, just so that counsel might want to orientate yourself, because this came unexpected now to you. Let's make it 10 minutes. You can have a look at the pictures, you can plot out exactly which ones will help you best.
Thank you.
If that will help. It's 2:30. I suspect we might, if we can finish this witness today, even if we have to push a little bit, and then we can start afresh tomorrow morning with the cross-examination of Rhyn. The prosecutor told us earlier, when I said they must go and get the witness, I recall her telling me that the witness has a small baby. So if we can help her away today, that she doesn't have to come back on another day, it's first prize. Your counsel will just work with me.
I'll try and be as quick as I can.
I'll try and accommodate you later in the week, maybe give you some time off. But let's see whether we can at least try, if we can. Let's make it, will 5 minutes be enough, or do you want 10 minutes?
I think 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask you for the reasons, Mr. Adams. So I'll give you 10. For 22, 14:40. I'll be back.
Thank you. says you're a teacher. Correct.
What?
Are you a teacher?
No.
She volunteered as a teacher. I take it's a teacher's assistant.
Yeah.
The volunteers that you have at the school.
So you were volunteering at the school, but you weren't a teacher.
That's correct.
What is your knowledge? I would say command, but let me say, what is your knowledge of English? How strong or how weak is your knowledge of English?
Ke a itse, ke a kgona go ngwala, ke a kgona go bala, ke a kgona go bua. But mantswe a mangwe ga ke wa utlwa, ga ke wa tlhaloganya how ke bua le somebody like motho mongwe a e bua go nna.
I'm able to read it, speak, and write it, my lord. But certain words I won't understand when I'm communicating or conversing with someone.
Okay. And of Afrikaans, have you ever spoken Afrikaans? Have you read Afrikaans? And has people spoken to you in Afrikaans? Do you understand?
Ke utlwa mola le mola Afrikaans.
I'm not that well conversed in Afrikaans. I only hear it piecemeal, my lord.
Okay. And then another question. I'm still trying to establish your hair appointment. What time was there an appointment? Was there a time for your hair appointment?
So by no.
Now your evidence is that you were on your way to your hair appointment and you passed this specific spot where the rocks are, where you saw this incident that you now refer to, and then you said it was between 7 and 8 in the evening.
Or when I'm yes, that's correct.
Now, can you tell this court, is it possible for you to say, was it closer to 7 o'clock or closer to 8 o'clock? Or before 7 or after?
After 7.
It was after 7.
Let's repeat that. Is it after 7 that is closer to 7 o'clock or is it closer to 8 o'clock?
After 7, I get sure nearly coffee 80 or immediately after 7, Marnilla after 7.
My lord, it was after 7 o'clock, but this way I'm not sure whether it was directly after 7 o'clock or before 8 o'clock, but it was after 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Was it still light or was it dark already?
The whole night.
It was light.
Before you came to give evidence, when last did you read, there were two statements, when last did you read any or both of those statements?
It's on last week.
It was given to me last week.
And you've read it before you came here. You read both of them.
No, I did not read them today.
you read it last week? Did you read them last week?
Oh, last week.
Last week.
Yes, I checked it last week.
Just take a moment, my lord.
Yes.
Your evidence also led that you were at the Fredenberg, I can't remember the exact name now of the school. You were at that school on the 19th of February 2024.
Yes.
Until what time were you at the school? In the afternoon or in the morning? What time did you leave the school?
Sometimes come half past 2, 3 o'clock. It would depend on the transport.
At times we leave at 2:30 or 3 o'clock, but it also depends on the transport that we're using, what time it has arrived.
Okay. But you would go and wait for your transport. So you were at the school, let's say, until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, I can say so.
So if I understand your evidence correctly, you said you were at the school when somebody told you about the missing child.
I don't listen to Yes.
Okay, now it's generally known from all the evidence that's been laid here that the missing child was only reported later in the evening, around 9 o'clock.
Just a moment. She was shown the picture on the 20th.
She was shown the picture?
On the 20th.
On the 30th?
On the 20th.
On the 20th.
And the child was reported missing the day before,
yes,
on the 19th. I know where the confusion comes in, Ms. Darmse. That was the objection that was raised earlier on. Because remember, the prosecutor started out by talking about the 19th. But then, because he started out by saying, we know that she went missing on the 19th and it was reported on the 19th. And then took her to the 20th. That's when she spoke to Kelly, the teacher who happens to be named Kelly as well. And that's when she was shown the picture. And that's also where she made that remark. And that remark was then repeated over the page at my note 31.
I won't take that any further, my lord.
Yes.
In your statement and in your evidence, you referred to the word Afrikaans words, actually your face. Are you telling this court when you heard or saw the incident that you are referring to, the accused here having been them involved in that, can you tell this court that on that day you recognized those words, Axel your face?
But we're going to go on a statement, it's a half to order statement, or la bohore, or la voice of the Axel your face. Yanakal says the one, how do you do Ula Hopola Matwa? Yes?
So you didn't hear that from somebody else later on. You said you heard, and just remind me, okay, I'm asking you two questions. So you didn't hear that from somebody else elsewhere. You say you heard somebody say it there.
Yes.
And who did you say were uttering those words? Who was saying those words?
Kelly.
At that stage, you didn't know what the name was.
Can you repeat that, sir?
At that stage, you didn't know that the person there, the lady, her name was Kelly. You didn't know that.
Yes.
Now, to whom? Who is she speaking to when she uttered those words that you recognized?
The person that I thought it was the partner or husband at that time.
Okay, and exactly where or how far from you? Remember, were they? When I say they now, you're saying the partner or whoever was there, and the mother was there, and the child was there. Before I ask you that question, just tell me, when you heard those words, exactly where was the mother and the child?
The child and the mother who was standing across in front of the person that I thought at that time it was the husband or the partner of the mother.
Okay, so you say the mother and the child were standing in front of the person that you thought at that stage was the father or the boyfriend or something? And the three of them, where were they? Were they near the rocks? Were they at the shack? Where were they?
Monna na le mo matlapeng o senyana le ngwana ba eme mo tseleng e fetang mo matlapeng.
The partner or the gentleman was by the rocks, my lord, and the child and the mother was by the road passing by the rocks.
But that sounds to me like they weren't next to each other.
Like, because ne ba lebellane so.
For me, that's how it looked, my lord. The witness showed, but the show of hands to me, that's how it showed, because this is how they were facing, how they were standing, my lord.
Facing each other.
So the person that you say you saw that you thought was the boyfriend of him, that you are now telling me that, or telling the court, that the mother who had the child was speaking to when she said actually advice, that person, the boyfriend, that you assumed was the boyfriend, wasn't at that stage sitting on the rock.
He was seated by the rocks or on the rocks, my lord, and they were standing in the passage where I was going to pass by.
Okay. So they were in the passage. They were not near their house. They were in the passage.
Passage eo e between ntlo ya bona a e kgole e ka ba maybe re ke se ka diletse ntlo ya bona e ka ba e ka wirela example.
My Lord, they were not far from the house of the passage, but I would not give an explanation, but can I show her the way of where we are sitting now, my Lord?
Mo desking ela e ka ba ntlo ya bona and then mo e le passage e ke buang ka yona. Mo go ntseng ba ka mo morago. 1, 2, the second one, and then mo ke tsela ke passage ke mana di tsemo ke ntlo mo go bona o mola and then mo ke passage.
My Lord, the witness is indicating there's a gentleman, 2 gentlemen sitting behind, and one of the gentlemen is Mr. Edwin Labazalila and one police official. That is where the shed is, my Lord, and the passage the witness indicates, like here there are chairs, and in there that is the way the passage was, my Lord.
Okay. 8 to 10 meters, guesstimate. 8 to 10 meters, I'm guessing.
10 meters.
Approximately 10 meters. Yeah.
So the distance that you're indicating to us now is where the shack is and where the passage is, and where you said they were, the boyfriend, the mother, and the child was in the passage.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Harmse, I'm going to interrupt you because I think it might help with orientation. And I'm not going to mention the address of the witness. Were you coming from home that evening?
Yes.
So, I've just looked at the map. We have a map of the area, which is Exhibit L.
We don't have the map in front of us.
So I can see the street where you reside. And I can see, if you walk from your house to go past the rocks, I can see the route that you would have taken. So I'm going to try and orientate you with a map. If you keep the map with the words Middelpos and Diasville to the top, in other words, furthest away from you, as you're keeping it now, I think,
it is like that.
Then you will see when you move from left to right, top half of the map, the first road you see, that's the road you live in.
The witness also which one, Lord? May I perhaps come near to see and observe, Lord, so that I will.
So I'm going to lift it up like this. I've got a punch hole, so I don't know whether the others have a punch hole. I don't want to mention the witness's address on record. Is he there? Right.
The witness is there already, my lord.
Right. The witness found it herself. So you would have crossed that main road going through there.
Yes.
And then it looks as if there's a big green piece that you go over that gravel spot and then you go across there. So that's now in the direction of Bashe or more Twitwe Street and Ukuneni, that corner.
Sorry, can you please repeat that, my lord?
So you would have crossed the main road going through there.
Yes, that's correct.
Then there's like a long strip of green on this photograph. Now,
yes.
That's where there's sort of a canal as well running there.
Yes.
Right. So if you look on the map where the bigger green piece is, right, that's about where Kelly Smith's house was. In that area, in the general area.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would have crossed the canal, walk with a footpath, I take it, because there are only footpaths in that direction. Right. So it means the rocks could have been on your right hand side on two different occasions. One as you approached, and if you had made a turn in the passageway, it would also be on your right. So I want us to open photograph number 12 for the witness. Photograph number 12 at the bottom. Now you can see on that photograph, you can see the rocks on your left of the photograph. And the furthest house that looks like it's got a blue spot on, that's Kelly's house. Not.
The witness is asking, my lord, is it this one?
You'll see there's a blue house closest to the area. That's totally blue. It's not that one. Then you get the rocks, then you get a structure that's fairly new. So I can see another structure in the distance, the furthest one can see in that photograph. So, is it that passageway you're talking about? Where you were walking? Or will it be one that's on the other side of the rocks?
I can't say, I'm not sure. The witness also had a look at photo 11.
Okay, so turn to photograph number 19. And you'll see at the bottom 20. Are those the rocks you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, if you look at 19, then you can tell us which side of the rocks were you walking on when you observed this.
Tseleng ke tsamaya ka yone matlapa mo na le ka mo right go kwa ke le ka mo left purchasing ke tsena ka yone.
My Lord, where I was, the passage where I took, the rocks was on the right hand side.
On the right hand side.
And Kelly's house was on the left hand side.
So there is in fact an indication of that little gap through between the rocks and where their house was before the other one was erected there. So I think I have a general idea now.
Thank you, my Lord.
Where the witness had walked. So she was coming from where the cars were parked, from that direction.
Yes.
Crossing rocks on the right hand side, and there's a little passageway through there between where Kelly's house was and where the end of the rocks would be. And it's also evident if we look at 19 on the distance where that new structure is, there's a little pass through. And there's a picture of it that's visible, number 22, where the, I don't see that journalist here today. I think it's the person from West London. You can actually see the little pathway there at the bottom of 22.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope that helps Mr. Arms. Orientates us a little bit better.
Thank you.
Good.
Madam, just have a look at, as His Lordship indicated now, just have a look at photo 22. You see photo 22? You see photo 22?
Photo 22 Yes.
Okay. Do you just quickly, do you recognize that that's the area where you walk with the rocks on your right hand side? You're walking where the pole is in the direction of the little house here on the left hand side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right now. You were moving, you were walking, and the people that you saw were also moving.
Which people?
You were talking about somebody dragging a child, and you were talking about somebody that was supposed to be that woman's boyfriend, and then you said there were 3 other people.
2 other people. A man and a woman. So it's
the gentleman was sitting on the rocks, our Lord, and the child's mother, or the lady, is the one that was pulling the child.
Okay. Now, when you were walking now, did you actually, when you saw this, I'm just trying to get a movie played off in front of us. As you were walking, when you saw what you related to the court, the pulling of the child, the dropping of the flip-flop, and the uttering of the words that you said for your base, were you still approaching them, or had you already passed them?
I was still approaching him.
Okay. And clearly you won't be able to tell the court how far were you from them, can you?
I was not that far from them.
Now, how far is not that far? Is it 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, or 20 meters?
How long is it? I can't. I don't know.
And they were talking, and the woman was talking in Afrikaans, and the only words you recognize, or did you recognize any other words? The only words you recognize are actually your voice.
There's not any other words.
So only those words, exolioves, those four.
I heard exolioves.
Okay, so there were words and words and they were talking Afrikaans and you only point out exolioves.
No,
because Africans I can't say.
Yes, I'm reading because I don't know Afrikaans.
I heard your evidence to that effect. And you also said that you have never seen them before. Is that correct?
Can you please repeat that?
You have also said you have never seen those people there before that day.
Is that correct?
Okay. So then I'll put it to you that this person that you are referring to as the boyfriend, and that is now my client number one, he wasn't there. It was not him.
But I saw him.
But you could have been mistaken. You've never seen him before. What is there in his face that you recognize that day that stands out?
There's nothing, I just saw him.
Now my instructions are, my client says, on that Sunday, he went to have lunch with his mother. And his mother lives in Boerkamp in Deersville.
Can you please repeat that?
His mother lives in Boerkamp in Deersville. He had lunch with his mother, and lunch was around about 1, 2 o'clock. He can't remember what time it ended up. He was not in that area where you were walking and seeing these people. He was not there at that time.
I saw him.
How many times did you see accused one on TV subsequent to that day?
The one that you were speaking about now?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
3 or 2 times. 3 or 2 times.
In a year, more than a year, you saw him 3 or how many times?
3 or 2 times.
It's the
2
same.
or 3 times.
It's the same thing.
You only saw him in the year 2 or 3 times.
On the television.
Yeah. Only 2 or 3 times in a whole year.
Yes, sir.
The witness answered in English, yes, sir.
Yeah, I put it to you that you are not being honest to this court. I have no further questions, Ma'am.
Thank you. Let me just find out, Mr. Nkabai, do you have any idea, are you going to be long with the witness? Are you going to be long with the witness?
I have to take instructions first, my lord. I cannot say how long I'll be or I will be long. I have to take instructions first.
Okay. Let me just check with the witness. Ma'am, how's your morning tomorrow morning? Will you be able to return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? And I'm sure you will be fetched and brought to court. Or will it be too much for you?
It's fine.
And I'll explain to you, if it's up to me, I would sit as late as I can to try and accommodate you. But there are quite a number of people involved in this matter. As you can see, all the police officials that's here at the center. And those are the people you can see in the building. But it's also been a long day for the rest of the court staff. And I've noticed it's already 20 past 3. Two of the accused are being held at Malmesbury prison. Because there are no closer correctional facility. And it means they have to be transported there, and the same officials still have to come back this evening. Ms. Smith is in Langebaan, so that's much closer. So for that reason, I think it was just having regard to everybody's needs that we rather proceed in the morning. Do you understand that?
Understood.
So I'm going to take the adjournment now. Mr. Apollis, Mr. Van Rhyn, Malmesbury Correctional Center, Ms. Smith, Langebaan SABC. We're going to start with this witness tomorrow morning, Ms. Swanepoel. And then immediately thereafter, we'll then proceed with the cross-examination of Ms. Lombard. Thank you. The court will adjourn.
All right.